All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live here at the United Wiffle Ball Championships, World Championships 2023. My name is Sam Skibby. I'll be your host for the Elite Eight, Final Four, and your championship here for United Wiffle today on October 8th of 2023. This is where it gets interesting, folks. This is the cream of the crop. They have risen to the Elite Eight. And on field one, you are seeing your number 1 seed Whiff Inc. versus the number 8 seed, the Stompers. The Stompers are a team that have played together all year long, and they started this tournament 0-2 and have won 5 games in a row to get here. And their gift is to face the number 1 seeded Whiff Inc., who haven't given up a run the entire tournament. And a fresh Mike Styles. A little hug there from Colin Prentice and Dan Whitener. Some good wishes to both teams, and we'll be underway soon. Some of the other games around. Let's go around the field. You might be able to see them in the background a little bit as we have a couple cameras set up here for you in the championship field. For this Elite Eight, the meets and usual suspects are underway. Tyler Flackney looking to shut down the usual suspects, the first-time champion of this installment of a national championship in the United Wiffle Ball era. Phenoms will be going against the Las Vegas Wifflers. Las Vegas Wifflers back into the Elite Eight, and the Phenoms, their third time. And Jordan Robles looks to be a man on a mission. Josh Pagano been hitting the plastic off the ball. But we're going to get started right here. Mike Styles and Colin Prentice leading it off for the Stompers. 5 wins in a row. Can they make it 6 and become the Cinderella team of this 2023 United Wiffle Ball World Championships? First pitch from Mike Styles. Colin Prentice and Tom Gannon both warming up in the game for the Stompers. Got to believe they're going to go with Colin here, as Colin has been pitching so well for the Stompers. Got them to this point. Could they keep riding him on day 2? 3-0 to Colin here, as Mike Styles needs to find it. Mike Styles, one of the harder throwers in the tournament. And when he's fresh for you, you got to feel confident. Consistently atop the drop 100 list, but that is 4 balls in a row right there. Colin Prentice on first base. It'll bring up nasty Nate Cruz. Nate Cruz, one of the baddest men here. And there's Mike Styles pumping the strike. You know Nate was going to watch that one after seeing 4 straight taken by Colin. Nate Cruz, a great fielder in his own right. Has won a national championship before with AWAA, the NWLA tournament. This Stompers team all came together to that Yellow Bat National Tournament as Mike Styles pumps 3 strikes in a row to Nate Cruz after 4 straight balls to Colin. Runner on first. Sean Ryan comes up to the plate. The interesting decision for the Stompers. They had 6 players, actually, that they were using in the Mid-Atlantic Wiffle Ball League. Gino Joseph was a member of the Stompers who went to the Waves. And Sean Ryan got the spot for the Stompers, along with Tom Gannon. Mike Styles just pounding the zone now. This 4-man Whiff Inc. roster is loaded with talent. Nice to miss up for Styles there. Sean Ryan swings through the outside pitch. 2 down will bring up Tom Gannon. Tom Gannon, the Wiffle journeyman. Tom Gannon has played with so many people in this sport. He's lived in so many different states and cities in this sport. One of the most experienced and well-rounded players, and he's still at a young age. First time contact for the Stompers. Fouls it back to the backstop. Nice swing through it, hit the zone. Almost looked like a changeup from Styles there. That is the most devastating thing, I think, for a hitter is those changeups. If a pitcher has a really nice changeup, it is a completely different psyche for the hitter. I know that's common knowledge, but in wiffle ball, when you see a 100-mile-an-hour pitch from Mike Styles there after a changeup, gets out of the inning after the 4-pitch walk to Colin Prentice. 3 strikeouts in a row, all swinging for the Stompers. They aren't watching it. And Tom Gannon heads out to the mound for the Stompers to warm up. I don't see a ball in Colin Prentice's hand, so got to believe they're going to give it to Dr. Winkley here to get him going. Bryce Clark will be in the field for the Stompers. Sean Ryan is the designated hitter for Bryce Clark. They have Nate Cruz, one of the better fielders in the country. It's going to be a fun game here in this quarterfinal matchup, the World Championship. It's a chilly morning, but it's a beautiful morning. We had some rain Saturday when the tournament got started. All morning it was raining from about 8 till 1 o'clock. A drizzling rain that was very annoying for all of the pitchers. Slipping all over the place, but after 1 o'clock, sun came out. It was a beautiful day. Afternoon finished. Evening was a little chilly as well, and then we whittled the field down to these final 8 teams. Juggernauts facing off against the Canes. The Canes and the Stompers are the only 2 teams that made it out of the survivor bracket. Both of those teams starting 1 and 2, having to fight and claw their way back to this moment. We also have the U17 MLW National Championship as well. So excited to see that deep in center field, as you might be able to see from a view from our outfield camera. Love to see all the young talent come up, and we've already reaped the benefits here as some of those talented players from last year's U17 tournament have made their way to the, what we call, I guess, the big leagues, the 18 and up tournament. Tell you what, though, from this announcer in his older age, a lot of those U17 players can throw about 10 miles an hour plus faster than I can. Looks like Rob Longeroux is warming up for the Canes against the Juggernauts. Juggernauts, news out of Juggernauts camp, they are without Ray Luddick, who is, I think, one of their only fresher pitchers. Ben Stant also fresh for the national champs, but you got to believe they're going to stick with Ryan McElrath as long as he can go. Kenny Rogers Jr. will lead it off for Whiff Inc. Kenny Rogers Jr. having a fantastic tournament already and arguably one of the top 5 hitters in the country. Field 1 is a sight to behold here. Wait till the championship, folks. You'll have so many fans watching. It's an electric atmosphere. All these 8 teams stick around because these 8 teams love competitive whiffs and love to see who will be crowned the national champion. So many of these teams are fighting for their first national championship. As we'll get started here, Tom Gannon giving the handshakes for the Stompers. And here we go, bottom of the first. Tom Gannon versus Kenny Rogers Jr. Whiff Inc. sporting, it looks like camo jerseys. Really hard to see from out here in this announcer's booth. First pitch for number 12, Dr. Winkley, here at Wellspan Park in York, Pennsylvania. Missed up and away we go in the bottom of the first. I want to thank everybody here at Wellspan Park for hosting us again. The 4th year we have been here at Wellspan Park. Fantastic venue, fantastic community here in York, Pennsylvania. There had to have been a dance or a wedding of some sort above the press box last night, so you loved having all of the fans out there cheering on the teams from Field 1, and I believe the Canes were out here last night, and Coop was pitching around 100 miles an hour like he normally does, and it's cool to get those fans to see this competitive wiffle ball atmosphere. This tournament is not your everyday backyard game, that's for sure. Nice pitch from Dr. Winkley, top of the zone for Tom Gannon. It's a beautiful morning for whiffs when the sun is out. Might be chilly. You can see the stocking caps. Everybody's got the tights on. Swings through it. Little foul tip into the zone there. This Whiff Inc. team has some firepower offense, some firepower arms. They are loaded and looking for a national championship. And there it is, a clean single for Kenny Rogers Jr. Next up for Whiff Inc., we have Mike Stiles, your pitcher. We mentioned Ray Luddick earlier. Mike Stiles and Ray Luddick used to be teammates on the Jersey Lemonheads in this tournament. Had a top 4 finish just a couple years ago. And then they split up and joined 2 powerhouses in the Juggernauts and Whiff Inc. Way outside. That'll be a passed ball. Wild pitch. Runner will be on second base. Oh. Man on first, they've decided they think it hit the side netting of the 8x8 square that's hanging outside of the blue zone. So they agreed it's going to be runner on first. They'll redo it. 1-1. Holds on the swing there. 2-1. If you're watching live on our stream, thanks for joining us for Sunday of United Wiffle Ball World Championship 2023. Nice pitch from Dr. Winkley. A little screwball action. Screwball from the left side is always a tough pitch. Anytime you can get a lefty pitcher that can throw a screwball to a righty, do unto others as they would have them do unto you, as they would say to a righty pitcher against a lefty batter. Tries to get him chased low, full count. Big pitch here for Tom Gannon. Needs this out right here for the stoppers. Hits him in the knee, and that'll be a walk for Mike Stiles. First and second now. Bring up Dan Whitener. Dan Whitener, a former #1 player in the Drop 100. Pitching for Black Dog Country Club. And after 2 batters, both on base, they are pulling Tom Gannon. They know this is a do-or-die situation. They know that if Whiff Inc. gets ahead, Mike Stiles can hold them to a 1-0 win. So they are looking to Colin Prentice to come back in and shut the door for the stoppers. Taking a look around at the rest of the games. 4 intense games going on around for the main tournament here, the 18 and over tournament. See Ben Stant grounding out to Randy Dalby over there in the Jugs Canes game. Coop on the mound for the Canes. Like Jordan Bonet is on the mound for the Las Vegas Whifflers, facing off against Josh Pagano up there. Ryan Wood and Tyler Flackney facing off in a battle in the usual suspects and meets game. You haven't heard any big celebrations yet around the park. I mean, the announcer's booth got the window open. Love to hear the sights and sounds. Plastic hitting board, plastic hitting plastic. Obviously, the Let's Goes will be all around in celebration mode today. These games, you see some incredible pitching, and you also see some incredible moments. Usually just takes one when you get down to this level and this elite of talent in this tournament. Setup is just immaculate and amazing here at Wellspan Park, York, Pennsylvania. You couldn't ask for a better venue. Fantastic seating options, fantastic concession stand food, clean bathrooms. What else could you want at the wiffle ball tournament? Fourth year of this United Wiffle Ball era of the national championship. Talent continues to rise and continues to get better. You love to see new teams in the Elite Eight. It's been a couple years that this Elite Eight format has been on Sunday. First couple of years, it was the top 16. Even one year had more than 16 just because of rain. But it's really exciting to see just the Elite Eight, and you love to see teams come out and watch as teams continue to trickle in here at Wellspan Park. After missing the tournament last year, myself, along with our team, we decided we were going to book the latest flights possible so we can make sure we're here for the championship game. Even when you don't make it, it's still awesome to watch all these incredible whifflers. Have at it. It's like Jordan Bonet got through the Phenoms out on field 9. Jordan Robles on the mound for the Phenoms. And Flackney back to work on the mound for the Meats. Can't wait to see the championship for the U17 MLW National Tournament. Can RJ Walgate and Ohio Elite repeat? I saw RJ Walgate having breakfast this morning, tall as ever, and man, he is locked in and ready to defend his title. Stompers having a little meeting right here, ready to go. Those are teammates, friends, bonded. They give a little speech together. Colin Prentice on the mound looking to shut the door here as Dan Whitener steps in. 2 runners on, first and second. First pitch from Colin Prentice. Dan Whitener swinging through that one. Outside pitch from Colin. Nice pitch on the outside corner from Colin Prentice. Way up here on Dan Whitener. If you ever faced off against Colin Prentice, probably one of the meanest stares from a pitcher you've ever seen. Always locked into that zone. Doesn't take his eye off it. Looks like he's staring through your soul, but he's really just staring through the strike zone. Dan Whitener on the tip there, still 0-2. Colin Prentice, huge strikeout here. Strikeout for Colin Prentice. Had an update from the Meets Usual Suspects game after Flackney walks in 2 runs. A home run for the Usual Suspects, 3-0 is your score for the Suspects. A surprise for the Meets, as Tyler Flackney has not lost a game in this tournament in his career. But when you're facing a defending national champion and an experienced team like the Suspects, anything can happen. Nice pitch from Colin Prentice inside here on Anthony Didio. This would be a huge shutdown relief inning for Colin Prentice. Sliding riser there from Colin. Pumped himself up here. Swing and a miss from Anthony Didio. 2 outs here. Colin Prentice comes in, shuts the door twice, but now he's got to face Kenny Rogers Jr. with 2 runners on. Clean single will score a run. Stompers talking about fielding strategy here with 2 outs. There's been 5 strikeouts in the game, all swinging strikeouts. You know, both these teams are ready for that big moment. Ball 1 to Kenny Rogers Jr. Sun goes behind the clouds. Got to be cold down there for the players. Ryan McElrath pitching for the Jugs. Flackney's still on the mound out there. Kenny Rogers Jr. skies it up. Can Colin Prentice get there? And cannot. A high strike lands behind the backstop. 1-1 to Kenny Rogers Jr. Teams are always pretty close-knit, but a lot of these teams that are left, every single one of them, these guys are all very close. Great friends. Even though the Canes are kind of from all over the country, their roster, I know that they are a close-knit group as well. All these teams have been playing together for a couple years now. Experienced return teams that are going to make this Elite Eight something special in 2023. It's Kenny Rogers Jr., another foul ball, but again, Stompers cannot get to it as Colin Prentice will try to shut the door on one of the best hitters in the country. Stompers get out of this after the first 2 runners on. It's going to be an electric momentum change here. Maybe they can continue that electric atmosphere into the top of the second against Mike Stiles. Speaking of electric, Jordan Robles gets out of it, and the Phenoms come back up to the plate. Big payoff pitch here for Colin Prentice. Stares down the zone. Here's the pitch. Did not go. Kenny Rogers Jr. holds up in a pressure situation. He is on base again for Withink, and we have bases loaded for Mike Stiles, looking to help himself out. Push a run across any way he can. Pressure situation for the veteran pitcher and Colin Prentice. You know he doesn't feel the pressure, but his arm might be feeling the fatigue in his second day of pitching after some intense battles he had on his arm last night. As I say that, a nice screwball from Colin Prentice goes under the bat of Stiles. Celebration from the Phenoms. Vin Lee on base for them. Top of the zone for Colin Prentice. Way ahead here is Colin Prentice. Number 9 for the Stompers, ready to go. Nate Cruz and Colin having their own language, pointing to the Stompers' hat. In a pivotal situation, here's the pitch. He did tip it, hit the leg of the zone. Everybody's hyped up, ready to get out of here. Mike Stiles stays alive, wants to get out of the inning are the Stompers, but still way ahead is Colin. Colin trying to get him to chase. Mike Stiles, good discipline to hold off on the high riser. Looks like Ryan McElrath got out of it for the against the Canes. Swings through the drop ball, and there it is. Colin Prentice gets out of the bases loaded situation. Dr. Winkley, first two runners on. They pull him for Colin Prentice, and Colin Prentice gets out of it, folks. We got a ball game here, headed to the second inning. 4 innings left to play in this 5-inning game. Mike Stiles back out to the mound. We'll be back for the second inning. Colin Prentice up to the plate for the Stompers, facing off against Mike Stiles. Ball one for Mike Stiles. Colin Prentice, skies one high. Not going to have enough, though, as Kenny Rogers makes the catch. Excuse me, Anthony Didio makes the catch. Wow, that seemed like off the bat it was demolished, and it just died in the air. Anthony Didio in the outfield makes the catch. Free swinging was Colin Prentice. Nice pitch from Mike Stiles. First one hit the inside corner of the zone, and the second one even more inside, just inside as he gets to Nate Cruz. 0-2. Two great holds from Nate Cruz, evens the count 2-2. Working the count all the way back. Nate Cruz, can he win it? And he does. It'll be a walk for Nate Cruz. Runner on first. After the fly out from Colin Prentice, we got a runner on first. Nate Cruz on first base brings up Sean Ryan. Strikeout in his last at bat. Sean Ryan coming out swinging, though. Middle top of the zone for Mike Stiles. Looks like the Meats have made a pitching change. Wow, what a screwball from Mike Stiles. Kyle Von Slossagen, or Kayvon as he's called, will toe the rubber for the Meats. Down by 3. Looks like they're trying to figure out if a hit the bottom of the zone or just tipped the corner. I think we're going with ball. It's a ball don't lie situation. I only have 2 outs in the inning. Wonder if they know that. Yeah, there's only 2 outs in the inning, and unless we miss something on the Nate Cruz walk, I guess we'll assume it was a strikeout and not a walk. It must have been the Whiff Inc. called him on his check swing as a strikeout. That's what we'll mark it in the booth, and that's what we're going to call it as Sean Ryan strikes out 2, and we'll head to the bottom of the second. Even with the window open, it's hard to hear him from down the field in the booth. Colin Prentice comes back to the carpet for the Stompers. I want to thank everybody for listening on the live stream here at the United Wiffle World Championships in 2023. Let's head around the field, head around the different fields, excuse me. We got the Canes Coop still humming against Red over there. Kayvon now against the usual suspects. Tyler Flackney from the left side and Kayvon from the right will give them a different look and hopefully keep them in it. Meats have the offense to make some noise. Jugs are in celebration mode. Red with a single, I believe. They're looking to build on that momentum. Brings up Ben Stant, who rips a single. Nice save from Devin Torres. Saved the double. But a clean single for Ben Stant. And the Jugs are rolling against the Canes. Ben Stant, arguably the best hitter in the country the past 2 years. Lots of great wiffle ball here at Wellspan Park. Colin Prentice warming up for the Stompers. Get the bottom of the second underway. These games could go the distance. Tell you what, we've seen some long extra inning games. Canes pulling Coop for Rob Longeroux, though. Jugs continue to roll on offense. As we start the bottom of the second here on field number 1, Colin Prentice pitching to Dan Whitener. Dan Whitener smokes a double. Nate Cruz did every effort to make a stop, but after it hits his body, hits the fence. It'll be a double for Dan Whitener to start it off for With Inc. Tom Gannon having a conversation with Bryson Collin at the mound. They're going to stop the clean single. Nate Cruz going to establish himself as an infielder here. They're going to do anything they can to put a finger, put a hand on the ball, put a foot, anything they can to stop Anthony Didio from getting a clean single and scoring this run. They know this could be a 1-0 game, and they got to hold them. Didio fouls it off for pitch number 1. Nice pitch from Colin Prentice. Movement all the way across the zone. Tries to bury the drop ball. Didio didn't fall for it. 1-2. Top of the zone, swings through it as Anthony Didio for the first out. Bring up Kenny Rogers Jr. 1 for 1 with a walk today. Been on base both times. As the Stompers look to figure out what they're going to do in this situation. You got a pitch. Yeah. It's like the Stompers trying to intentionally walk. Yeah, I ought to pitch him, though. Because of the pass ball situation. If they throw a pass ball, then the runner will go to third. I think there was a gentleman's agreement that they were going to walk Kenny Rogers. Colin just going to pitch, trying not to hit the zone, but both times almost hits the zone. And does hit the zone. Everybody's laughing. 2-1. He could try to roll it there, maybe. You know, wouldn't go past the backstop if that's what they're trying to accomplish here. And now we have a 2-2 count all of a sudden. And now Tom Gannon going to have a conversation. What do we do here? Nate Cruz back to playing deep for the Stompers. And there's a strikeout. So an interesting series of events here as Kenny Rogers Jr. was not quite ready to hit and then swings at a ball, and then Colin Prentice strikes him out. So that'll do it. I'm sure the Stompers are glad they pitched that one. And now they got 2 outs with a runner on second. Mike Stiles looking to help his cause. Clean single will do it. Stompers not electing to bring another infielder in after deciding to do it on no outs. Surprised they're not doing it here on 2 outs, as a clean single would score the run. Two and 0 out of Stiles. Stiles swings through that one. Bottom of the zone for Prentice. Jugs continuing to hit well against the Canes. Mike Stiles, clean single, and there it goes. Under the hands of a diving Tom Gannon. Clean single for Mike Stiles helps his own cause. 1-0 is your score. Dan Whitener scoring from second. Mike Stiles on first. Brings up Dan Whitener again. Whiffink in the lead. Mike Stiles knows that he can shut the rest of the game down. The Stompers are going to need some of that magic they had from their 5-0 run. Oh, and 2 now to Dan Whitener. Low outside corner for Colin Prentice, and then a high riser that Dan Whitener swings through. Mixing it up well, number 9 for the Stompers. Another riser under the zone. Goes under the backstop, too. Not a pass ball, though. Another clean single for Dan Whitener, first and third. Now just any single from Didio will do it. Get him a second run in this game. Double will score everybody. But when you got Nate Cruz in the outfield, he can probably cover right to left, everything out there. Drop ball buried. Didio lays off. 1-0. Red Sarnowski looks to come in for the jugs here, trying to save Ryan McElrath's arm as much as possible without Ray Leddick on the roster. Didio swings through the high riser. Colin Prentice wants this bad, wants to get his team in. 1-2 here to Didio. Strike 3. Colin Prentice gets the out. Limits the damage 1-0, though. The Whiff Inc. number 1 seed takes the lead. Mike Stiles back out to the carpet. We'll be back for the top of the third shortly. Welcome back, folks, to the top of the third inning here for the With Inc. Stompers game. 1 seed versus the 8 seed here on field number 1. Mike Stiles back on the mound. Tom Gannon swings through that one. He'll start it off for the Stompers here, down 1-0 in the top of the third. He pulled up last second, wanted to swing through that one. Update on the Juggernauts game, bringing in Red Sarnowski. The Jugs are up 9-0 on the Canes. Not where the Canes wanted to be here in this Elite Eight matchup. Tom Gannon swings to that one. Out number 1 for Mike Stiles and With Inc. It's Tom's second strikeout in the game. Bringing up Colin Prentice. Seeing the ball well. Had a walk and then a fly out. His fly out was demolished, but way too high. Fell well short of the netting. Strike 1, bottom of the zone for Stiles there. Swings through that one for strike 2. 5 straight strikes to start off this inning for Mike Stiles. Going for that immaculate inning, or maybe I just jinxed him. Clean single for Colin Prentice, continuing to see the ball well, doing everything for this Stompers team. Nate Cruz now up to the plate. Both of his at-bats going to a 3-2 count, full count. Thought the second one was a walk, but a check swing call from With Inc. And Nate Cruz has 2 strikeouts. Stiles continues to pump the risers. Another riser, opposite side of the zone. There's 8 straight strikes for Mike Stiles to start the inning. Make it 9. 9 strikes in a row for Stiles. Looks like these Stompers need to start swinging early and often. Why not keep the streak going? 10 in a row. Sean Ryan was swinging through that one. Just got to load a little bit early against a 90-plus mile-an-hour pitcher like Mike Stiles. Man, just continues to pound the board here on field 1. Ground ball out of the reach of Mike Stiles. It'll be 1st and 3rd for the Stompers. Some late life here in the 3rd inning. Sean Ryan sneaks it by. Nobody was playing the shortstop position. They were holding with 2 outs. With Inc. was playing no doubles defense, trying to preserve the lead. And now it's 1st and 3rd. Got to take the risk in the fielding situation. Stiles made a dive at it, but just missed it. 1st and 3rd. And the first ball thrown in the inning after 12 straight strikes. Stiles, his 13th pitch of the inning, throws a ball. Make that 2 in a row. All of a sudden, the pressure seems to mount. This is a pressure situation for all these Elite Eight games. Oh, Tom Gannon. A nice swing on a low riser, but it would have been 3-0. And it would have been a bases loaded situation for their hottest hitter. Big home run from a U17 national tournament. Looks like off of Dallas Allen. Swings through that one, Tom Gannon. It's 2-2. Tom Gannon telling the umpire he wants some time. Swings through a very inside pitch, throws the bat towards his bench. Mike Stiles pumped to get out of it. 1-0 continues for With Inc. Colin Prentice will head back out for the bottom of the third. Thank you for joining us again for the World Championship 2023 United Wiffle Ball here at Wellspan Park in York, Pennsylvania. Stompers were threatening for With Inc. there, but With Inc. holds on to their 1-0 lead. Winner of this game will face off against the defending champion Juggernauts, it looks like, as the Jugs continue their rout of the Canes. Around the field a little bit here before we get started in the bottom of the third. Jimmy Cole hits a home run for the Meats to claw a little bit back towards the usual suspects. They're fixing their fence right now out in center field. And Jordan Bonet gets out of a bases-loaded jam for the Phenoms, and they are still locked in at zeros. A wild pitch from Colin Prentice. Nobody on base, though. First pitch of the inning. U17 National Tournament underway as well here. 3 fields for the U17 National Tournament and 4 for the main United Wiffle Ball Tournament. Jordan Bonet gets out of another jam again. 0-0 as the Las Vegas Wolfers and Phenoms are locked in it. Phenoms were 1 run away from getting the 1 seed as they mercy ruled all 3 of their contender bracket opponents. But it's all about the runs allowed, and they gave up 1. Roof Inc. gave up none. Colin Prentice now struggling to find the zone a little bit here in the bottom of the 3rd. Stompers want to give it their all here, get to the final 4. Not sure who they will turn to if they can somehow get this comeback mounted. Kenny Rogers skies it up foul. Whiffink has made the Stompers run for those foul balls a few times today already. Getting the pitchers tired. Canes trying to get some back off the jugs, make that game a little more respectable than the score allows. Canes a Final Four team with the Jugs last year. Both those teams trying to get back to their 2nd straight Final Four, would be the Jugs' 3rd straight. Leadoff walk for Kenny Rogers Jr. Bring up Mike Stiles. 3rd time Kenny Rogers has been on base this game. Mike Stiles looking for the same exact stat line here. Looking to get on base again for his 3rd time. Randy Dalby, the newest addition to the Canes roster, had a great tournament for the Canes, really helping propel to get them to this spot. Rob Longeroux will continue to toe the rubber for the Canes after Coop gave up all the runs to the Jugs. Dalby does it again. Rips a single out there. Another ball from Colin Prentice. Fatigue's got to be a factor here. Colin Prentice again pitching multiple games last night. Continues today after Tom Gannon struggled a little bit early. Strike top of the zone, though. Maybe that'll get Prentice going. Back-to-back strikes from Colin Prentice. And here we go. Stompers see some life. They're getting into it now. Three strikes in a row. Ground ball right to Colin Prentice. They don't. And he hits the zone. What a play from Colin Prentice. Keeps the runner at first base. What a play. Nobody was really there for the double play, so Colin took it upon himself, holds the runner, Dan Whitener up to the plate. 2 hits against Colin Prentice, a single and a double. Nice pitch from Colin Prentice. He's been sitting riser most of the game, but pulls out a drop ball there. This would be a big strikeout for Colin Prentice after back-to-back hits and at-bats for Dan Whitener. Dan Whitener skies it high. Colin Prentice is there to make the play. They did not call tag. 2 outs for Colin Prentice on the flyout from Dan Whitener, who is seeing the ball well. Brings up Anthony Didio. He is 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. You know he would like to get going for his team. He made half the outs for his team before this inning. He would love to do some damage with a runner on here. Didio swings through that one, 1-1. Pretty subdued atmosphere so far this morning. There's been a few moments here and there, but even the Jugs up 9-0. Probably more by now, but they've been pretty subdued still. Big moments will happen. You know they will come. Nice pitch from Colin Prentice. Way ahead here on Anthony Didio. Top of the zone. That'll do it. Colin Prentice gets out of it again. What a pitching performance from Colin Prentice. We'll head to the top of the 4th inning. 2 more chances for the Stompers to get 1 run. Mike Stiles looking to shut them out and get this 1-0 win for the number 1 seed to face off against the defending champs. We'll be back for the 4th inning. We're back for the top of the fourth inning here at field number 1, the 2023 World Championship Tournament. Phenoms and Las Vegas Whifflers locked into a rules dispute, it looks like, trying to figure out what's going to happen. The game's still locked in at 0-0 as Colin Prentice makes his way. Mike Stiles pumps another strike. Started last inning with 12 straight strikes. Strike number 2 there on Colin Prentice, 0-2. At what point do the Stompers just realize they got to be free swinging here, hoping to run into one? Stiles is not going to walk you. Looks like they are. First out for the Stompers there. Colin Prentice, his first strikeout of the game. Nate Cruz 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts of his own. Nate Cruz and Tom Gannon both with triple strikeouts. They do not want the golden sombrero, as they say. Nate Cruz rips one foul. Anthony Didio and Tom Gannon racing for the foul ball. Four straight strikes for Mike Stiles again to start this inning. Make it 5. Love the streak that Mike Stiles is on here. Fun to watch. You wonder if he's trying to throw a ball here, or if he's just so locked in he can't throw anything but a strike. Strike 3. 6 in a row, 2 outs, 2 strikeouts. Going for the immaculate inning. Again, probably jinxed him. And there's a ball. Jinxed him indeed, but had to happen sooner or later. Sean Ryan watches the first one 1-0. Sean Ryan a single his last at bat. Screwball from Mike Stiles. Sparingly using his screwball today is Mike Stiles. Sean Ryan just missed that one. He was choked up on the bat just trying to get contact for his team. Short, compact swing, trying to get a single on it. But we got a 2-2 count. Strike 3 down the middle, swings through it is Sean Ryan. Mike Stiles out of it. He's 3 outs away from a victory and moving on to the final 4. But you know they like some runs here. Pad their lead a little bit against Colin Prentice, who's also pitching well. Great tournament for Colin Prentice. Crowd forming over at the Phenoms Las Vegas Whifflers game. A lot of the Phenoms are on the ground. Can almost feel the tension in that game. Something's going to explode here. Celebrations will begin. Jordan Robles, nicknamed Jumpman. Swing and a miss for Jordan Robles. Brings up Josh Pagano for the Phenoms. Josh Pagano having an incredible tournament as well. Kane's trying to have some fun against the Jugs, and the Meats trying to make their way back on a comeback against the usual suspects. But you're seeing a good game here on field number one as the Stompers staying in it. All but one of the outs have been strikeouts for Mike Stiles for Whiff Inc. Colin Prentice had a fly out that I think everybody thought was going to be a home run. We had an announcement that some pitching carpets would be given away, and everyone is running towards the giveaway. Just have to take it with you. Gotta love these Whifflers, especially if they can get some free pitching carpets out of it. They'll sprint for anything. Bottom of the fourth inning here. Kenny Rogers Jr. up for Whiff Inc. 1 for 2 today, also with 2 walks. Seeing the ball well in a tough matchup. You know that's only going to help him when they face off against the Jugs. Looks like the Juggernauts Canes game is over. Got to assume the Juggernauts have won, and they will be heading over to field number 1 after this to face off against the winner of this Whiff Inc. Stompers game. And we'll be right back for our live stream after this game to host the defending champs against the winner of this one. What a run by these Stompers. You know they do not want their run to end. A nice hold from Kenny Rogers Jr. So good he fell over. And it looks like we have a complete game over there at the Usual Suspects and Meats. The Usual Suspects have eliminated the New York Meats. Suspects and the Jugs look to be moving on. So we have a 50% chance that it could be a former champion winning in 2023. long at bat from Kenny Rogers Jr., but he does win it. Another walk for Kenny Rogers Jr. works an incredible count. Third walk of the game for Kenny Rogers Jr. on base for his fourth time. Brings up Mike Stiles. Top of the zone from Prentice. Stiles swings through it. Another big cut from Mike Stiles. Swings through the low zone strike from Colin Prentice. Strike three. Top corner of the zone for Prentice. Another riser. Stiles and Prentice working those risers. Gotta believe all these hitters are sitting that one pitch. And as I say that, he throws a screwball way out of the zone. Widener wasn't ready for. One out runner on first for With Inc. Mike Stiles would love some insurance runs here. Oh, 2 for Prentice. No doubles defense here for the Stompers. Strike 3 for Colin Prentice brings up Anthony Didio, who has the golden sombrero of strikeouts. Playing no doubles defense again. Strike 1, backswing, breaks the 8x8 backstop. Celebration over at the Phenoms Las Vegas Swifflers game as Jordan Robles looks to get out of the inning. Two games done, 2 to go here in the quarterfinal matchups. You know, Anthony Didio would love to get on base here for his team. Give Kenny Rogers Jr. another chance. Mike Stiles locking in over in the bench area for With Inc. Spikes the ball. Bryce Clark coming to chat with his pitcher. Pitch from Prentice. Swings through it. Prentice will have plenty of time to get there. Makes the throw. One run is all they need to keep this game going. Mike Stiles gets his wiffle ball, heads out to the carpet. Here we go, folks. The top of the 5th inning. Coming up next. Last chance for the Stompers here in the top of the 5th inning. Tom Gannon will lead it off. 3 strikeouts, 0 for 3. So important to get his team started with a leadoff base runner here. Swings through that one. Had a lot of movement from Styles. Could have came across the entirety of the zone. Styles locked in on the carpet. Has begun. Dan Whitener makes a nice play over by the bench area, dodging all the Stompers' bags and chairs. First out of the inning. Special treat for everybody in the booth. As long as his microphone is turned on, Trent Steffes will join me in the booth for the announcing the end of this game, maybe in the semifinals. Trent, how you doing?
Hi, hello, Sam. Hi, hello, Wiffle Nation. We are out here.
We are out here indeed. It's a chilly morning, but in the booth it feels pretty nice. And
absolutely. Yeah, it is brisk.
Mike Styles has been pitching a great game, Trent. The past 2 innings he has started with 6 straight strikes. 2 innings ago has started with 12 straight strikes. He is locked into the zone, and the Stompers are do or die right here.
Oh my gosh, Colin Prentice. Oh, are you kidding me? What a freak, Colin Prentice, with the absolute moonshot to straight center up the net to tie this game.
Unbelievable. Colin Prentice.
My God.
Trent, earlier in the game, it breaks the zone in the process.
He's just being an absolute menace.
Colin Prentice,
feral.
2nd inning, Trent, hit what sounded like a home run off the bat and then died halfway into the outfield. But this one, no doubter.
Wow. That was coming straight at us as we were positioned here in the press box here at Wellspan Park in lovely York, Pennsylvania. That was coming straight to us. If the net wasn't there, it might have came right up here.
The Stompers' magic continues in their run. After 2 straight losses to start their tournament, 5 wins in a row, looking to make it 6. Colin Prentice putting the team on his back, comes in after Dr. Winkley, Tom Gannon gets in trouble, and then Colin Prentice doing it all.
Man, here in the last inning to put the pressure on with ink. I mean, as you were talking about, and unintentionally, putting a little pause in the action to kind of throw Styles off his kilter even more. After the huge home run, running the bases, and then knocking the zone loose. So Styles, this is going to be a huge comeback at bat here for him.
Nate Cruz swinging early too. Styles has been pitching probably 85 to 90% risers. I think the Stompers have noticed it. They're sitting that pitch. You got to believe Styles wants to try to work something else in here. And it looks like another strike zone is being brought in.
Wow. Well, that's a shame. It's a beautiful strike zone.
It is a great strike zone, especially with the current logo.
Yeah, that World Championship logo is nice.
Man. And switching it out for the FanFest one, Colin Prentice must have done a number on it.
Yeah, it looks like he broke the leg off of it.
That's the 2nd strike zone this morning that has been broken. Red Sarnowski broke one on field 3.
Really?
Yeah.
How did he do that? In celebration or with his pitching?
It was during warm-ups.
Oh, okay. Okay. The brisk morning is going to make that PVC just a bit more brittle.
Brittle indeed. Nate Cruz, 0 for 4 in this game, Trent.
Wow, he went
4 strikeouts.
Make it
5. Nate Cruz is not having the game he wanted to, but Colin Prentice gave him the chance to possibly get to extras.
Yep.
Maybe make an impact in extra innings for his team. Sean Ryan at the plate.
Man, that is a surprising result of that at-bat, the way it started on that first pitch. Nate made some really good contact, and I'm like, uh-oh, might be bad for Mike. But that's huge for Mike Styles to get that strikeout right after the game-tying home run. I mean, his team's got to put in work. You're not going to win a lot of games at you with 1-0. That's just a fact. So, with Fink, the game's not over here. We got a very interesting fifth. Wow.
Yeah, like I said, especially you're not going to see it when you're only pitching consistently one pitch the entire time. Teams are going to catch up eventually. It's all about timing and speed at that point. Sean Ryan swings through that one. Sean Ryan's got the short, compact swing, Trent, and he usually chokes up. So
that's kind of perfect for this for this slot because I mean it doesn't seem like Styles is really painting the outside. It looks like he's kind of been inside a lot. Oh wow! And there he goes outside, right outside of that compact swing on the swinging strikeout there too. So that was a heck of a pitch by Styles.
Well, at the bottom of the fifth, the With Inc. #1 seed for the United Wiffball World Championship Tournament will head to the batter's box to try to finish this one off, or we'll be in extras.
Yeah, man, Colin Prentice. I was thinking about it earlier this morning while I was out watching the end of the meets suspects game. The only word I could use to describe Colin Prentice is enigma. Because you talk to the guy and he's super nice off the field, and I mean he's nice on the field too, but he's so locked in once he gets going. He just becomes the intense stare down. Oh yeah, and we faced him last night when we got eliminated by them, and no, I was definitely just trying to keep my eyes off his face because I did not want to fall victim to getting into a stare down with him because I don't have that wherewithal.
Most of the time, he's not really staring at your soul. He's staring through the soul of the strike zone.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
He's locked in so much that he doesn't even care about you.
Yeah, he was, man, the run he went on last night, and we were, the team I play for is the North Stars, and we were all talking about it this morning, and last night, talking about who's going to win and, the different scenarios, and the topic that Colin Prentice had just, kind of gone through the gauntlet that night, pitching late. They were the last game that finished, and they had to play, I think, 4. I don't know if he pitched 3 or 4 games last night, but they were like, we don't know. Stompers are the only team without a fresh arm, and I just, in the back of my mind, I'm like, Colin Prentice is a freak. I don't think that it is going to be that big of a deal to him, and I mean, it seems to not have affected it that much because the velo he's seen just since I've sat down is what he was throwing last night, and man, and I mean, he's locked in. Even he's been locked in for like 2 years now. Prentice has.
The Stompers, I think, are a good fit for him. The team is really close knit all together. And after playing for Black Dog Country Club, not having kind of a star role on that team, he's really come into his own on this Stompers team and led them to this position where they could be heading the #1 seed into extras.
Gosh, yeah, Black Dog Country Club, man, that team is such an interesting team because I was reminded this morning that Dan Whitener pitched on that team in the first year with. Man. So it is, the Black Dog Country Club, there's been some incredible names that have worn those colors.
Yeah, and it's a franchise that has been around and will be around.
As long as Matty Griff wants it to be.
Yeah, and Brian DiNapoli was fresh.
Yeah.
They would have won, so it would have been an interesting Elite 8 with Black Dog Country Club in, but usual suspects now are awaiting the winner of the Phenoms Las Vegas Swiftlers dogfight over there.
Yeah, dogfight is the way to describe it. It is 0-0 when I left there in extras, and Jordan Robles worked out of a big jam. So
both of them
there's
jams. Bonet and Robles
yeah.
had incredible pitching performances, back and forth, getting out of it. Kenny Rogers Jr. is up again for With Inc. to lead it off. He has led off, I believe, 4 of the innings now for With Inc. as Anthony Didio going 0 for 5 for With Inc.
Whoa.
Kenny Rogers, one of the best hitters in the country, could make an immediate impact here against Colin Prentice. Nice pitch from Colin.
This is an enigma pitching to an enigma because that's exactly how I would describe Kenny Rogers Jr. as well. Dude was bred and born to be a wiffle ball player, just like his son Jameson is being.
And Kenny Rogers on base 4 times in this game. Looking to make it 5 right here.
Ooh, wow, what a hold.
Holds up again.
Oh, but no, they called it a strike.
No, Dr. Winkley did not. Held him up.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Sorry, it looked like Colin called it a
Prentice
strike.
pointed at Tom. Tom said
I see.
no.
Okay, I thought he was pointing like a strike, you know.
Kenny Rogers might be the best check swinger I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Because he falls down every time. So he will check swing and stop his body, but just fall forward. And every time he lands on his knee. He's done it a couple times this game. But that means he's just locked and loaded and ready to go every time.
Mm-hmm.
Jug's trying to stay warm. They'll take on the winner of this game you're seeing on field 1. So we will see the defending champs here on field 1. Kenny Rogers, right to Nate Cruz. Nate Cruz is there, one of the best outfielders in the field. Nate Cruz makes the out. So spry is Nate Cruz. First out, and only the second out made by Kenny Rogers in the game.
Wow. Yeah, Nate Cruz is one of the better fielders out here, I have to say. Mike Styles, the pitcher, up now.
Mike Styles on base
Big
a couple
righty.
times today.
Could not hold on to that swing, though, it looks like.
Looks like Jordan Robles again has got out of it. Las Vegas Wolfers up. That game could go a long time.
Yeah, it is no, that is I heard folks say that, wow, what a big bending riser from Prentice. He's still on, that's crazy. That is wild.
Movement on his riser has been locked in the whole time.
We are at a great angle for this. I appreciate that. Styles settling in. The big riser again, he was on it. It was off the foot. Fouled it straight down to the foot. But what I was saying is that people have been saying that Robles is throwing harder than they've seen him throw in a long time this weekend. Yeah, so, yeah.
That's awesome. Love
He's
to
locked
see
in.
that re-energized velo from pitchers.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think, Trent, this is something that Jordan Robles wants. He wants it. He's got a new hunger, a new fire about him this year.
He's at the center of the wiffle ball universe, I have to say. Like, everything that's wiffle ball related has Jordan Robles involved. Or, like, wiffle ball that's big in wiffle ball has Jordan Robles involved somehow, I feel like.
Phenoms, obviously, mercy ruling everybody in their contenders bracket. Colin Prentice strikes out. Mike Styles, 2 outs. This could be the first 1-2-3 inning. I know I probably just jinxed it, Trent, but it could be the first 1-2-3 inning of the Stompers, which would be a huge momentum swing heading into extras.
Well, yeah, absolutely. For to have that top half of the inning, to follow that up with a 1-2-3, that would be, that would be so huge for the Stompers.
Excited to see the celebration for the Stompers if that does happen. Talking strategy, Stompers have been really good about talking fielding strategy. They've been holding the whiffing to the 1-0 lead pretty much the whole time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like you said, this is a close-knit, communicative franchise. They stay, like, they are talking all the time and just doing stuff with thought. And that's something you get from playing together like that all year round. So that's just a good team building that was done by the Stompers.
Whiffing could do it. They have the bats to do it. They had 3 hits in 1 inning to get their run. Off Colin. Dan Whitener free swinging up there on a high riser from Colin Prentice. Probably the hardest pitch to lay off, Trent, the high riser in wiffle ball.
I can speak from experience. Yeah, that is a tough one to lay off. My teammates got mad at me for swinging at it a lot.
It's not just you. It's many players out here around the country.
It is so beefy. It's just so tasty looking.
Looks so good.
Yeah.
Blows right out of there.
You can just see yourself smacking it so far, and you're like, of course I have to swing at this. How else could I hit it that far? Dan Whitener coming in.
1-1 to Dan Whitener here. Colin Prentice for the
Oh.
pitch, Dan Whitener. But, of course, Nate Cruz is there. We'll head to extras. Big celebration from the Stompers. They are here indeed. We'll head to the 6th inning. And you got to believe the Juggernauts and the usual suspects, Trent, they are loving this. Both games in extras.
Yep.
Their aces just going at it. You know that they are just sitting pretty.
Yep.
They
gotta love this. They'll keep the games going. They'll try to stay loose the best they can because that's what they do. Every team left here is a winner in some regards. So
biggest news out of Juggernauts camp: Ray Luddick did not show up to the Airbnb, not in attendance for the Jugs.
What?
Only fresh pitcher is Ben Stant.
Excuse me?
For the Juggernauts, yes, indeed. So Ryan McElrath pitched a little bit in that Canes matchup, and then Red Sarnowski shut the door. Rumor has it Ben Stant might get some pitching innings in, or they're just going to ride Ryan McElrath as long as they can take him. Your speech
What do you mean? What do you mean? He just didn't show.
He was not there.
Uh-oh.
That's all I've heard.
I mean, I hope he's all right. I hope he's all right, you know? But wow, that's wild. That's a wild development out of camp because I just, you know, I'm a Midwest guy, so I'm not super familiar with Ray Luddick, and I just got the lowdown on how sick he is. So that's a huge change of events for the Juggernauts.
Ray Luddick.
But
This was a huge part of their run last year, pitching pretty much all of Saturday.
okay,
And then I think the plan was for maybe to save him till Sunday. And then I guess it didn't come to fruition for the Juggernauts, but that's a team that can do it.
they're winners, and that's the core four that. I mean, that's the core four basically.
That is
So
the
they,
Juggernauts, yes.
yeah. So I mean, they can piece together wins. If there's a team that can handle that kind of situation, I feel like it's the Jugs.
For sure. And obviously when you are the two-time defending champs and making your way to the third Final Four in a row, anything can happen, especially when the Whiffink ace Mike Stiles is an extra innings throwing. Tom Gannon up first, has the golden sombrero, strikeouts 0-4. It starts off 0-1 there. You know he does not want to be the first player in this game to get the fifth strikeout besides his teammate Nate Cruz, excuse me.
And that is yeah, and he started off with a not confident swing either.
Nate and Tom
There we go. That's a big swing.
in the 2-hole and the 4-hole for the Stompers. And if Tom gets the strikeout here, that would be 10 strikeouts between the two of them.
Good Lord.
At what point do you maybe bring in Bryce Clark for one of them?
I mean, I'm surprised that it hasn't happened yet, to be honest with you.
Yeah, maybe.
Especially
something-
since it'd be lefty for lefty.
Maybe there's
I mean-
something with Bryce Clark going on. Maybe there's some sort of injury we don't know. He's playing the field a little bit, but
Yeah.
maybe something in the upper extremities. Oh, fouls went off there for Tom Gannon. Nate Cruz, though, putting great contact, like you said. A lot of foul balls. He's hit a couple line drive foul balls. A little bit late on Mike Stiles' velocity.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Gannon fouls it off there, stays alive, and get another crack at it.
Yeah, he's falling him off.
Yeah. Whiffink camo jerseys. What do you think of them? Honest opinion, Trent?
I like that. So
It's hard
I
to
like
see
them.
from when they're far away. It's kind of
Yeah.
a little bit easier to see when they're up here, but I couldn't see numbers and names from behind the backstop when they're standing there. But
I like them, but I didn't see anything new from them this year.
did not
Which
swing,
was-
says Dan Whitener.
Yeah, as far as the jerseys go. Same for the Stompers and the Jugs.
Yep.
These guys just care about winning wiffle ball games, I guess. Oh, wow.
Strike three.
What a well-placed pitch, because that did not come back.
And that's a nice riser, that sweeping motion, the sliding riser going across the zone that Mike Stiles has been doing all game long.
Yep.
But look who's up, Trent. This is the guy you want.
Colin Prentice. Colin CP9.
Look at him just stare down Mike Stiles.
Wow.
He's got the stare going. Steps into the box. Here we go.
He is in a different world.
This is the matchup you want to see right here.
Wow, what a pitch. What a piece to start
You know, I don't
on
think
the outside
I
edge.
don't think Colin could have even handled that, even if he got a hold of it.
No, that would have been
Top
just
corner.
a poke.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially because he's got the Nerf bat too, and he's not standing particularly. He stands outside too. So, oh my God,
Two-seamer.
whoa!
Yeah. Two-seamer there.
No, I was surprised at where he put that pitch. I mean,
Yeah.
he put that right in the breadbasket for Colin.
That's the first time he's thrown that pitch, though, this game. So
Wow.
to bring that out here in
That's
top
this.
of
And this
extras.
is the guy you have to do it against
Ooh,
because
a little quick pitch. Way up in the zone.
that's yeah. Oh, it looks like the
Did the Phenoms just walk it off with a Josh Pagano single? Clean single to
Yep,
walk it off?
yep.
Unbelievable, folks.
the game is over.
Phenoms will move on. Wow, Josh Pagano having an incredible tournament.
He's such a beast.
Josh Pagano has had an amazing tournament in 2023, and the Phenoms will head to their second straight Final Four. Unbelievable. The strikeout from Colin Prentice is your second out. Brings up Nate Cruz. Nate Cruz, as we mentioned, 0 for 5 strikeouts. But he's one that could run into one right here.
Come again?
And there it is announced. Phenoms and Usual Suspects will get started.
So, last night on the way to the hotel, the four of us on the North Stars, we each decided to take a different team and put a little money on it.
Oh, okay, very
my
good.
My team just beat Sibbitt's team. I took Phenoms.
And he took Las Vegas Whifflers, eh?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mike Stiles gets the 6th strikeout of Nate Cruz, and that'll head to the bottom of the 6th. You know, you talk about the momentum swings here, Trent, but, you know, the home run by Prentice, then the 1-2-3 from Prentice, but Mike Stiles not deterred. 3 strikeouts of his own.
Here's a question for you as a player. When you hear something like that happens, like that big walk-off win the Phenoms just had over the Vegas Whifflers, we'll ask this question after Tim Dean's done
After the raffle?
After the raffle announcement.
Oh, I think it cut out. The raffle apparently it's a White Claw raffle, Trent.
Bet. Oh, wow. I'll take that.
And the microphone doesn't work.
So I was just going to say, as a player, when you hear a big moment like that happen, does that, like, inspire you to be like, all right, time to put this to bed? Like, do you think the Whiff Inc. is like, yep, we just saw this walk-off win. It's time for us to do the same?
Yeah, and I think obviously, it is the bottom of the inning. This is their chance. They don't want to give the Stompers another opportunity. They know that Colin Prentice is coming up 3rd in the inning. So if Sean or Tim can get on base, or Tom, excuse me, if Sean or Tom can get on base for Colin, then they're in a spot that they don't want to be in. They don't want to be down going into the bottom of the inning. So they want to get it done right here, right now. It's the first time that Anthony Didio has led off in an inning. So you know Anthony would like to turn his game around right now for Whiff Inc.
Yeah, man. Didio, one of the better. Gosh, I feel like he's a guy that really upped his wiffle ball time this year, or at least his fast pitch, because I think he played Maw a few times.
Yeah, and for him to be 0-5 right now in this game is very surprising, and I think it's even surprising the rest of his whiffing teammates. Colin Prentice needs a little more warm-up time. Trent, I know you're not a pitcher, in the fast pitch realm, but
for now,
how much warm-up time you think you would use and need?
Listen,
all 5 minutes or less?
This is a hard question to answer, not as a pitcher, because like I think about it, I just like to just get stuff over with. I'm a fast pitch, I'm a quick pace pitcher.
Yep.
So I would want to like throw a few strikes and just go, but I don't know. But as a fast pitch pitcher, and it also depends on the inning that you have. Like if you have if there's a shorter inning, like if your team just had a short inning hitting, then maybe you don't need as much. But sometimes your team goes on these huge marathon games, and then you do need that full 5 minutes. But the 5 minutes is there, and for a guy like Colin too, he's got to get loose after being tight all through the night.
I feel like a lot of these teams use their full warm-up time, and that's fine. But it sometimes can maybe ice some of these hitters, or maybe the pitchers get a little more tired. I'm just surprised that these pitchers can keep this up every single inning.
Yeah, it's like they're almost throwing 2 games in one.
So many warm-ups, but here we go after the warm-ups here.
Do you not like the warm-ups, Sam?
I don't. I think it's too much. And that's just not as an announcer speaking, Trent.
I had a feeling.
Strike 1 to Anthony Didio. I myself as a pitcher, maybe this is why I'm not a top echelon pitcher, Trent, is because I don't warm up.
I feel
unless
that.
It's the beginning.
You would fit into HRL so much. I appreciate that. Nobody ever warms up in HRL between innings.
few warm-ups at the beginning is all you need, you know?
Yeah.
And then
No.
on you
Yeah.
go. I don't want to waste the bullets. Maybe that's my age talking, though.
It could be. Do you know how old Colin is?
I know that he just told me yesterday.
Oh, really?
And if you let me think about it for a second, I believe he's 24, 25, or 26. It's one of those three ages.
Okay, this is making sense.
And if it's not one of those three ages, it's 28. So I've narrowed it down to a final four.
Okay. Well.
But I'm pretty sure it's the former.
Okay. Yeah, because I feel like late 20s, early 30s, he would be struggling a lot more after pitching 3 last night.
Yeah, so it might be the mid-20s.
Yeah. Let's just speculate about age and ableism. Wow.
Nice cut from Anthony Didio to stay alive for his team. Meats jersey's quite the bright selection this year.
Yeah, they were. They wanted to go coral, and the only thing I could find was hot coral. So them's the breaks.
You can always tell what field they're on.
Yeah, that's kind of what I kind of love about it, because we have a kind of an off color as well. We've gone with green hats before, very identifiable to find your teammates when they're scattered around. Gold jerseys this year, just a quick scan across the crowd, I could find all my guys.
Never thought of it that way in a big tournament.
Oh, yeah.
40 teams, a lot of spectators and fans. Strike 3 as he goes down again.
Colin Prentice.
5th strikeout for Anthony Didio.
Icing the hitters, just like Sam said.
Taking that warm-up time, Anthony Didio stepped up to the box about 3 different times thinking the warm-ups were over.
That's got to get to you. But here comes one of the best hitters at this tournament.
Yep.
Kenny Rogers Jr. Have you ever seen Kenny Rogers Sr.?
Have I seen him?
Yeah. Has he ever been around?
Like, as a hitter?
Yeah.
Or
as a player?
I've seen him at UF.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool.
Kenny Rogers Jr., longtime Whiff Inc. member. Ooh, a nice screwball from Colin Prentice.
Whiff Inc. has become one of the best brands in wiffle ball at this point, which is funny to say because wiffle ball is the brand.
They are going to play some no doubles defense. Going to give the right side.
They were doing that last night as well to clinch their stuff.
A lot of fielding strategy involved. A lot of these MAW teams have so much experience in these situations that they can understand what's necessary and what's needed.
Gosh, this is the atmosphere for this game has changed.
Crowd starting to form out here.
It's the only game going.
In field 1.
Yeah, only game going, so all of the players sitting around have kind of congregated to this field. We got the U17 games going out there in the outfield, and man, those kids throw Ched.
It's fun to watch. They're going to be up in the big leagues, so to speak.
No, that's what we're saying.
Couple of years.
The future of the game is on lock.
Yeah, and I think this U17 national tournament, they get excited. They get to see all these big names that they know.
Yeah.
And they watch, and they get to be the next step, the next wave, next generation of whifflers, which is huge for the tournament, huge for the sport.
Absolutely. They're all so good. So much better than me.
So much better than all of us.
Okay. Oh, okay.
In the booth.
Oh, Kenny Rogers Jr. Walk-off homer! Kenny Rogers Jr. over a leaping Bryce Clark to deep left field, right up 3-4 feet up the net. A walk-off home run.
Wow.
Like Sam said, you felt the momentum switch, and they had a walk-off of their own.
Bryce Clark looking at his hand like he just missed it, and he did.
He did. He made a play. It was a very playable ball, and he was there. He was perfectly positioned. Their defensive strategy was they had them right there, but man, Kenny Rogers Jr. with just an absolute laser off the bat.
Wow. We got our final 4 set. Trent Whiff Inc. will face off against the defending champion Jugs. And then we have the usual suspects, the first ever champions of this United Wiffle Tournament, facing off against the Phenoms. Last year we had a Jugs Phenoms finals. Will that happen again here at York, Pennsylvania, Wellspan Park? Trent, we'll close out the quarterfinals. We'll see you next for the semifinals.
Yeah, we'll see you next. See ya.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in action here at the United Wiffle Ball World Championship for 2023. We are in the semifinal round after some incredible quarterfinal matchups. 2 regulation victories and 2 extra innings victories. And we start the semifinal round at 11:30, so 2.5 hours after the beginning quarterfinal round. In this matchup on field 1, we have the defending champion Juggernauts, the away team, versus Whiff Inc., your number 1 seed in 2023. Mike Stiles will toe the rubber again. Got to believe they're going to ride him out throughout the tournament, the rest of the tournament. Ben Stant to lead it off for the Jugs. Incredible pitching and incredible hitting in this tournament. Mike Stiles and Ryan McElrath, arguably the 2 best pitchers last year. Ben Stant, Kenny Rogers Jr., the 2 best hitters last year, all in this game, in the semifinal game. On the other field, we'll have the Phenoms facing off against the usual suspects. So many storylines here in these 2 semifinal games. We have 2 former champions, the usual suspects and the Juggernauts for United Wiffle Ball. Last year's 2 finalist teams, you have the Jugs and the Phenoms. Ray Luddick not in attendance for the Juggernauts, former teammate of the pitcher Mike Stiles. Ben Stant, such an incredible hitter, and on the biggest stage, he truly shines. Juggernauts continue their winning streak. A nice play from Dan Whitener there. Hits the zone for out number 1. But a good sign for Ben Stant to be making contact this early. Tim McElrath now up for the Juggernauts. The first twin, McElrath twin, for the Jugs in the hitting role. Tim coming out swinging. Seven versus 7 matchup, pitcher and hitter here. Not sure who the rumored start is for the Juggernauts. Tim Stant fouls off another. Ben Stant was warming up a little bit. Ryan McElrath, obviously, still with his jacket on. Always a threat to continue pitching. Phenoms over on field 3 look like David Wood might take the ball for them. Might be able to see a little bit of that view from the outside. And beginning of the game, starts it off with, it looks like a triple off the wall for Tim McElrath. Anthony Didio tried to run it down, could not. Second batter of the game, already a runner on third for the Jugs. Brings up his brother Ryan. Nice screwball from Mike Stiles. Hadn't really shown that in the quarterfinal game, so pulling it out early here against the Jugs. Got to keep them off balance. Jugs are a team that will take advantage if you only have, one pitch working, which is Mike's riser. Top of the zone riser. Swings through it, Ryan McElrath. A nice comeback at bat there for Mike Stiles. 2 down brings up Chris Sarnowski, call him Red. Honestly, could have been a double, maybe not a triple. Obviously, all 3 of the fielders are in. The infield trying to stop a clean single, so it could have been a double. Can't see the bottom of the wall here from the booth. High and tight to Chris Sarnowski. Mike Stiles pitched a great game. Had to pitch 6 in the extra innings. Swing and a miss from Red. Did swing a little half swing there. Who already went around was Red, and that'll do it for the top of the first. Well, to the bottom of the first inning, and Ryan McElrath with the green arm sleeve looks to be coming out to the carpet for the Juggernauts. Exciting semifinal matchups here at Wellspan Park in York, Pennsylvania for the semifinal round of the 2023 United Wiffle Ball World Championship Tournament. We'll be back for the bottom of the first shortly. We're back for the bottom of the first inning here for your semifinal matchup, Juggernauts and Whiff Inc. After Mike Stiles gave up a triple to Tim McElrath, got out of the inning and 3 outs. I will say, Trent, you're back in the booth with me.
Yes, sir.
For the bottom of the first. Thanks for joining us. And
absolutely.
What do you think of these semifinal matchups, Trent, as we head into this round?
This is this is about as chalk as you could go. I feel like if you at the start of the tournament, if you could go the presumptive 4, this is pretty close to it, man. And this is 2 great matchups, man. We are set up. We got Toast David Wood out of Georgia going for the Phenoms. It looks like over on field number 3 against the Usual Suspects.
And Ryan Wood, so a Wood matchup there.
Yeah, Wood on Wood.
That's right.
And that is the field that the Suspects lost to on last year in the semifinals in a similar position. And here we got Jugs with Inc., Ryan McElrath on the bump.
What are the odds? And I'm not talking statistical. I'm talking your odds. We see a repeat of last year's matchup, Jugs Phenoms.
Oh wow. I think that's likely. Right in my guts. You know.
It's a tall task.
Wow, big swing from Kenny Rogers Jr. there on a great riser from Ryan McElrath.
McElrath has that riser, the 2-seam riser. It goes the other way.
Yes.
It. Mike Stiles has the sliding riser. So it's a much different riser approaches for both these teams, but
so crafty.
Yeah.
Wow, in the off speed.
Changing drop. got Kenny Rogers. And that's the thing. Mike Styles is basically the only power arm left in the tournament.
Yeah.
Besides Dan Whitener. But, like,
well, I wouldn't even call Whitener a power arm. He
anymore,
certainly throws fast. No, he certainly throws fast, but he just doesn't shove. He doesn't shove like a Boas, like a Styles.
Yeah. Styles constantly pitching in the upper 90s, just pumping that zone with hard cheddar the whole time. And all these other pitchers, it's just craftiness. And McElrath shows that craftiness there in the strikeout from Kenny Rogers. And then can punch one through the rest, like the rest of them, through the zone.
Mm-hmm. And like when I say Whitener doesn't shove, I mean like he's throwing absolute heat, but he's throwing like he's crafty with the heat.
Exactly. Yes.
And like I would say he's way more crafty than Styles.
At least no changeup yet so far.
Oh my goodness,
gosh, that drop change is working for Ryan today.
Oh man, that is an issue. Yeah, that started tailing back too, at the end there, and that's quite the difference there. But Mike Styles, that bat.
Wow. Swing and a miss on the high riser from Ryan McElrath. This Juggernauts team, like you said, this is their core. This is the four. They play the same positions. They, have the same game plan basically every single time, and it continues to work year after year. Were they always this good? Did they always start this way? No, but they are in a powerhouse dynasty realm. As of now.
No, they are. Here we go, trying to play no doubles here against Dan Whitener.
Does that surprise you when they already have two outs? Or do they just know Dan so well that they're giving him the right side?
Who's up next? Didio?
Didio.
Okay.
Who did not get on base last game.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to ask if it's...
I'm always interested to see the strategy behind this. Me personally, I'd probably stay on the infield, but maybe there's something I should know or don't know.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, Whiffing's been playing a lot this summer too, so this isn't exactly a fresh matchup for 2023. I would say. I'm sure they've crossed paths in MAW before, so maybe they know that Whitener has got something on Ryan and hits, and they really just want to prevent that.
Maybe there's some pop too. They're worried about with Dan Whitener. Right down the middle, though, doesn't matter.
Yeah, holy cow.
Just froze him right there, and we'll head to the top of the second inning. Juggernauts match with Inc., and they will head to the top of the second. We're locked in at zeros. We'll see you for the second inning. Back for the top of the second inning, Mike Styles to face off against the leadoff hitter for the Jugs, Ben Stant.
Ooh. Wow.
Ben was on it the whole time, grounded out. I think he had 2 foul balls and then a ground out. Obviously, best hitter in the country, Trent.
Listen, yeah. Wow.
Past 2 years?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Of the past
overall.
2-3 years, 100%. That's the absolute gut reaction and the correct answer for sure. But I think there's a lot of great hitters out there, man.
So many.
Yeah.
But you got it.
I mean, like even
proven championship quality.
True. Yeah, I mean it is.
But we got two of the best hitters in the country.
That's what I was
just saying. Two of the best
thinking.
pitchers in the country. Two of the best teams in the country. On field one right now for the semifinals. It almost feels like a finals matchup. But then you got 2 teams over there that, in their own right, they're champions too.
Yeah, you have Jordan Robles on the other side and usual suspects. And like we were talking about it last game, we were going off about Jordan, but just think about that. The supporting cast on the freaking phenoms, man. Yeah, Connor Young, Vin Lee. David Wood now pitching.
Josh Pagano.
Yeah, one of the most underrated players in the country, I would say. Tim McElrath up to the bat.
Yep, Tim McElrath, obviously one of the better hitters in the country as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Exactly. This is a spoil of wiffle ball talent we have left here at UF. Oh, my goodness. Tim sends it straight back on the riser that was low in the zone, a little bit outside, and that was just right in Tim's wheelhouse. I think another one of those might be coming the other way, straight back at us.
Tim and Ryan, we can't think of any probably off the top of our heads, but around the country, not sure there's 2 better pairs of twins in the wiffle ball world.
Oh, certainly not. I think I maybe only know of one more pair of twins in the wiffle world, the Polies of Skibby fame.
Yes, in a fast pitch realm, though, they might be the only ones.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think there's any more.
That'd be cool if there were.
If there are.
Oh, my
Let
goodness.
us know. Top of the zone for Mike Stiles. 2 outs here.
That's a great piece. That finally picked it up.
Brings up his twin Ryan.
Gosh.
Here we
Yeah,
go.
exactly.
Looks like the Phenoms got out of it, and Ryan Wood will now toe the rubber for the usual suspects.
Wow. Amazing control there from Ryan to hold off that high riser like we were talking about in the last broadcast. The absolute cheese that is the high riser.
Just saw Whiffink and the Stompers face off here in the quarterfinal matchup, and Whiffink needed a walk-off home run from Kenny Rogers in extras to stop the Stompers' run. Way to hold off again on the high riser. Talked last game, that's probably the hardest pitch to hold off in the wiffle ball world. Ryan McElrath, though, an experienced hitter, practice hitter, and then follows it up with down in the zone.
Wow. He is he's been painting that lower part of the zone with that riser a lot more this game so far from what I've seen from the last game. Oh, and then right back to that upper outside corner, man. His control seems to be on right now. I mean, if this is control, like maybe it's,
Just fire.
Yeah, exactly. But if this is premeditated, it's amazing.
There's your walk right there for Ryan McElrath. Bring up Chris Sarnowski, better known as Red.
I just got to keep my mouth shut. I go off about these guys, and then they immediately prove me wrong.
Got a runner on. They're going to no doubles defense, obviously. They do not want that to score.
So, Sam, as a Midwest player, was that ever on your radar once this weekend to tell the guys, hey, we should think about no doubles defense?
We did it one time.
Oh, wow, really?
We did do it one time.
Okay, well.
And I think it was a situation where we were only up by 1, and we just wanted to hold them.
Right on.
But overall, no. These fielding strategies aren't on my mind too much. I will say it helped not playing this weekend, because then I could fully sit on the sideline and just focus on strategy for the team. So I think sometimes I was just kind of the person that kind of had to understand the situation, especially with 3 rookies, on our team that came.
Yeah, and with one of them being Jackson Crossley.
Mike Stiles, outside pitch to Chris Sarnowski. No doubles defense, and obviously Chris Sarnowski on he's a righty batter, but Kenny Rogers Jr. on the second base side.
Yeah, so makes me wonder if they're either going to try to pitch him outside or if they're just not expecting him to catch up.
Maybe
there you go.
Perfect placement. Whiffing gets out of it.
Amazing, dude.
They know something we don't.
They're on another level, Sam. We are. Yeah.
That'll bring us to the top, of the second inning. Am I right there?
Our joke's home? Was that top 2?
This is bottom 2. We're coming in. My fault. We got Weiner. We have Anthony Didio will lead us off, I believe. And we'll get this going. Ryan McElrath back on the mound. Last round, quarterfinals lasted about 2.5 hours. This one going a little bit quicker, but will it stay zeros the whole time? We will find out.
Well, I mean, certainly not. The game will have to end.
It will have to end eventually. The rule is if you get to the 16th inning in these rounds, that's when it becomes a bases-loaded situation. So it'll be a long time before that.
Gosh, think of all the warm-up pitches in 16 innings, Sam.
That's a lot of warm-up pitches indeed.
Gosh.
That's, like you said, they're like playing 2 games. It's like playing a 32-inning game right there.
Yeah, which is like, so that's like playing 7 games. I wonder if we're going to see his stance appearance in this game. Maybe they're saving him for the championship.
Wouldn't that be a special sight to see?
Oh, yeah.
Defending champions bring on Ben Stant. Or you see Ray Luddick emerge
I was
like
gonna
Field of
say.
Dreams from the outside.
No, I was thinking more Ultimate Warrior. You hear the music start, he comes running in from the outfield, sprinting in.
Ryan Wood pitching against Josh Pagano in the usual suspects. Phenoms game. Believe they have a runner on first.
Wow, he's throwing heat. Ryan Wood, that is.
And Ryan McElrath. Ball 1 to Anthony Didio. Didio would like to get started here. Whiffink would love for him to get on for the first time in this Sunday appearance. Be a big leadoff runner here in the second inning. We play 5 here on Sunday at the World Championship here at York, Pennsylvania. U17 National Tournament underway as well. RJ Walgates and Ohio Elite are looking to defend their championship run from last year.
Are they playing the Lightning right now? Did the Lightning beat the Flamingos? I think they did.
It looks like there's
Or
RJ's
wait,
team is
it
up
was
to
at
bat.
BLW. Oh, I don't know what's going on out there.
Maybe the Flamingos are waiting for the next game. Maybe they're
Could be.
consolidated. A walk to Anthony
There you go, a leadoff runner, like you were talking about.
Huge for them. They definitely needed it.
Yeah.
Kenny Rogers Jr. up. Something exciting happened in the U17 over there.
Dude, that does not surprise me. That tournament is going off. The kid was throwing for VLW Lightning earlier.
And that's it. RJ Walgate eliminated. Sorry to interrupt you, Trent, but that's big news right there.
Oh, a big cut on a riser down the pipe from Ryan McElrath by Kenny Rogers Jr. Wow, that was a heck of a hack.
And a dangerous pitch.
Yes, wow. Ooh, and I don't know how many more times you might get away with that against that kind of hitter, man.
That's Ryan's
Especially
bread and
right
butter
now.
pitch, though, so you
Yep,
know it's
it
going to
is.
come, but he's so good at mixing it up.
Oh,
It is
my
again, but down in the zone.
Yep, that was a bit inside, a little bit off target. Or not off target, like off target for Kenny.
And that's what's so beautiful about Ryan's pitch is it's going to look like it's coming right down the middle, and then it's going to rise and cut out of the zone towards the batter. So you're not even going to hit barrel. You know, like Mike Stiles, when it slides, it's going more to barrel, but this is going towards the handle for Kenny Rogers.
Yeah, he's
Harder to handle.
Pretty good.
Outside,
Whoa.
from inside to outside. Second strikeout for Kenny Rogers Jr. Not something you see back-to-back strikeouts from him.
Holy cow.
It's a big out there after the leadoff walk from Ryan McElrath. Brings up Mike Stiles, who's also having a great day at the plate. Struck out his last at-bat, but looking to turn it around here against the defending champs. Usual suspects get out of it. Phenoms back up in the other semifinal matchup. As we mentioned earlier, R.J. Walgate eliminated from the U17 tournament.
Wild. He's having a year in MLW.
MLW from last year in this World Championship all the way to this year in MLW. Proving even at his age you can dominate.
But for how long? Oh my goodness, Oppo hit, well struck, goes foul. Right off the bat. Little rise piece on the outside half of the plate, or zone.
Juggernauts in their Chicago Bulls throwback.
I was going to bring that up. This is, if you cut the sleeves off of with Inks jerseys, this would look like a basketball matchup. Which is interesting. I like to see that. I mean, ours, like, so for the North Stars, like, ours are very hockey inspired too. So I love to see the kind of different inspiration teams draw for the jerseys that they wear. Because, you know, you got the Phenoms are super classic and just clean, drawing from, like, classic baseball, Yankees, very influenced. And then, and then you got here basketball kind of influence. Ryan McElrath fires it in. A riser on the outside gets a swing and a miss from Mike Stiles.
You just saw Ben Stant talking to Ryan McElrath. You will see that constantly from Ben Stant. Always has a mind for the game.
Yeah, he's always... Dude's got a big old brain. Wow, and then a riser right down the piece. I mean, the one before that was like 3-4 feet outside, and he got a swing and a miss, and then throws it right down the pipe to get the strike three. That's tough. I think, oof.
Whitener 0 for 1. In the game, you know that Ryan McElrath would love to get out of this. They're playing no doubles defense now. All three heading to the outfield. Oh, but a nice pitch, a new pitch from Ryan McElrath, pulls it out. Sweeping drop ball there. Another field has been taken down. Looks like we're down to the last three fields out here. Strike two to Dan Whitener.
It's quite the atmosphere for the fans here. A lot of the guys are posted up watching the NFL going on right now in London, and they got, a big pop-up. Lands in fair territory and then goes foul, so that's going to be a clean single for Dan Whitener.
First and third.
Almost a bloop single, kind of, but it was Oppo over to right field, just past first base.
First and third for Anthony Didio. Gets a single, he hits himself in. Back to the regular fielding formation. Oh, bottom corner of the zone. Nothing Didio could do about that one.
Yeah, Ryan has got some crazy command over that riser right now.
That's a beautiful spot for Ryan, exactly where you want to be. Again, looks like it's going to be that same exact inside hit and then just darts right out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then down the middle. Pushes it outside, comes down the middle. That'll do it for the Jugs. Bottom second is over. We'll head to the top of the third inning. We'll see you coming up soon. Mike Stiles will tow it again in the third. Top of the third we go, Trent, and Mike Stiles back on the carpet and back in the hitter's carpet. Ben Stant leading it off again for the third straight inning.
I'm gonna put it out. I really am feeling a Ben Stant home run at some point this game.
Wow, here we go.
That's what I had as soon
Hot
as I
take
sat
here.
down. Grounder
Clean
up the middle,
single.
clean single. Past a diving Dan Whitener.
You knew it was going to happen soon for Ben Stant. Wow. You think we could check a pitching carpet on the airplane, Trent?
Wow. It's tempting.
It's not in a bag or anything, but they threw it out there with a tight bungee.
Yeah.
You know? I wonder
Oh
if the
gosh.
airline would let us.
Could you imagine?
Bring it home.
That'd be funny.
Does this fit the 50-pound limit for Southwest?
Oh golly, no way.
No way.
I've always wanted to take home a strike zone too, but there's no way. There's no chance.
Are they giving away a strike zone?
They have in the past. They've like sold them.
Gotcha. Oh, usual suspects.
Oh,
Double or
God
a triple. Couldn't tell which
dang. It was
one.
a double. It was a grounder. It was
All
a
right, well,
rocket
they got
grounder.
something going. Another ball from Mike Stiles. He's been so good pounding the zone, and
Whoa. Okay, so we got a score over there. The suspects, they had runners on first and second, and so that double scored. And so
oh my gosh,
so they are up 2-0 and a fly
High
ball
shot.
from Tim.
Didio makes
Anthony-
oh gosh, gonna have to hurt. They call tag, and they miss.
Wow, he covered a lot of ground there. He
Did
was
cover a lot
lined
of
up in
ground.
right field, and that ball was straight left field. And so he got that ball, and
Sack fly works though. Runner on second now.
yep.
1 out. His knees have to be burning on that one.
Not
Sorry,
the
score
pants,
update.
though.
You had a score update for
Yeah,
the Phenoms.
so the Phenoms are now down 2-0, but to the suspects. We had talked about that rocket single that rocket double we had. A fly ball over to right field foul territory, and they call tag again.
But holds the runner.
Yes, holds the runner, gets to the net. Kenny Rogers Jr. tracking that down just past first base in foul territory. Yeah, so
Wow. And now they're going to bring in Connor Young.
I
it
was
looks
gonna
like,
say-
for the Phenoms.
yeah. Ooh, wow. Interesting.
So we could essentially, if that lead holds,
Red Sarnowski hits it into foul territory just past right field.
suspects could win that game, Jugs win this game, we'd have both champions facing off, and we would have an automatic repeat champion.
Yeah, that would be.
You always like to see new people win, though. You
I
always
do.
like to see new teams come out and take the victory.
For sure.
The ball is cracked for Mike Stiles. Have to get a new one. That
New
means we'll have some warm-up
ball.
time.
Yeah, dude, woohoo. Well, let's talk more about. Yeah, well, the other field's on warm up too.
Yeah,
So
here we go. Both in warm-up time.
Yep.
Connor Young, Mike Stiles, both warming up.
Connor
Connor Young gets the
I
full
might-
5 minutes. I think Mike only gets 3 with a new ball.
I see.
Will we time him? No, nobody times each other.
Nobody's timing.
We could.
Yeah, I think
Let's
we
see how it
might,
goes. 12:13 is when he began.
Well, let's see. Let's maybe take a break, and then we'll come back and let you know how much it took.
All right, sure. We'll take a break. 3 minutes might be all they need. Or are we not needing a break? Was it not even 1 minute, Trent? Never mind. We're back,
Let's
folks.
go. The man's a machine. The man's a machine.
Unbelievable. Love it, Mike Stiles in the booth. We like that. Swing and a miss. Chris Sarnowski up. Would love to get a run across for his team. Runner on second. Clean single will do it. Red has had some huge moments for the Juggernauts, including last year a walk-off home run off Jordan Robles to win the 2022 United Wiffle Ball World Championships. Mike Stiles continuing to stretch his right arm, puts it in the air, holds his arm sleeve to the left, hoping to stretch out his arm almost every pitch now. He's got to be feeling it. Is that going to affect them if and when they get to the championship? Hopefully he can leave it all on the line right here. If Dan Whitener has anything left in the tank, he might be able to go, or Mike's just going to empty it. Swing and a miss from Red. Mike Stiles gets out of it. We'll head to the bottom of the third. Ryan McElrath back up. We'll be back for the bottom of the third shortly. Bottom of the third, Ryan McElrath. Kenny Rogers Jr. Kenny Rogers leading it off again here.
Oh, wow. God, another great swing from Kenny Rogers Jr. on that.
I wish we could see the speed gun. I thought there was one in the outfield. I keep looking for it. It is above us.
Yeah, and I don't think that's been on all weekend, actually.
Okay.
I believe so, unfortunately.
Used to be on every other year. Love to see the speed. Same spot, same pitch, same swing from Kenny Rogers Jr. just under it. Ryan Woods still pumping over there for the usual suspects as they look to get back to the championship game.
Gosh, what a franchise. What the franchises left are storied.
Yeah. All four of these franchises, like Trent said at the beginning, if everything went chalk, these four would have been in the top contention to be.
They would have been in the conversation, no doubt about it.
Top heavy tournament, you have to believe. Really is.
Yeah, no, it is. Like, yeah, there's certainly teams that are going to make runs and spoil and spoil teams like this and make them work harder for it. But man, the talent is just gonna show through and it's gonna hold. You know, way more often than not.
There's about 8 or so teams that you got to believe are the favorites every year, and everybody else just kind of playing spoiler. At that point.
I really think so as well.
It'll be interesting to see the first team to kind of plunder one of those top 4 spots. You know?
Yeah. Breakthrough.
Yeah. It's bound to happen eventually.
I would say the Whippets the last few years have kind of done that because they took top 4 a couple years in a row.
2 years in a row. Whippets strikeout there from Kenny Rogers Jr., his third.
Nice.
Wild.
Mike Stiles' first team at U with the Jersey Lemonheads in 1 year. In his first year, they took top 4.
When you have Mike Stiles and Ray Luddick, though, are you really an underdog on the same?
Well, shut up, Sam. I didn't know who the hell they were.
I did not know who they were until we faced them. That's why we figured out who they were real fast.
Oh, yeah, no, same here.
Whoa, what kind of pitch was that? It looked like it was going to be his same cutting riser, and then it went the other way last minute. Almost looked like a knuckleball. Maybe he just took something off of it, went the other way. Wow, the U17 at home.
Mike Stiles with a big cut.
But short. Tim McElrath, one of the best outfielders, one of the best fielders in the country.
Yep, Tim was camped.
One of the most awarded fielders in the country. There's not many more fielders in the country that have, won more accolades than Tim McElrath.
Yeah. Tim is just class in every phase of the game.
U17 tournament, I was going to say, I believe is in their championship. And
they are.
You watch this pitcher throw, and it is wild to see how fast it is.
Holy cow.
I mean, that is...
Yeah, that's from Big League Wiffle, I believe, who I think is out west, versus the Flamingos.
Is it really Big League Wiffle? Big League Wiffle and Flamingos in the finals? Love it.
I think that's what Austin said. So
nice,
it's probably very unreliable.
From Ryan McElrath to Dan Whitener. Kenny Rogers Jr. and Mike Stiles accounting for 6 of the outs so far in the game. They are both 0 for 3. Strikeout again, Dan Whitener. 1, 2, 3 for Ryan McElrath and the Jugs. 3 innings in the books, everybody. Only 2 innings left to go before maybe we get to extras. Who's going to break through? Find out soon. Three innings in the books, 2 left to go here. Ben Stant leading it off again. 4th time Ben Stant has led off for the Jugs.
Little excuse me swing there from Ben Stant and fouls it off.
So much contact for these Jugs. The usual suspects make a great play in their game. Whew. Ben Stant knows he just missed that one. Mike Stiles continues to throw darts at that board. 0-2 to Stant early here in the 4th.
Outside pitch there to Stant, keeping it out. Switching it up. The last 2 were inside, and he got contact. Tried to change up those eyes.
It's a incredible hold from Ben, too. You know he's an aggressive hitter. Know he loves to hit the ding-dong daddy-os.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there we
and
go.
speaking of one,
There
God!
it is. Wow.
You called it home run right after we said ding dong daddy-o. He hits one out of the park. Ben Stant,
Wow.
home run.
Line drive home run, right to right field, a little bit out of the, I don't know. Yeah, that was about 5 feet up the net here on field 1. Ben Stant puts us up 1-0 here in the semifinals of the UWIF World Championship.
And Trent, that comes down to Mike Stiles again. He pumped him 4 straight risers.
Mhm.
Same thing. Like, you got to switch it up, especially on these jugs hitters.
Yeah. You can move his...
Oh, swings at it, but hits him in the face. That would have been a walk.
Yeah, seriously.
But he swung.
Yep, that's a wiffle ball for you. It's going to happen even on this stage, even to these guys. Wow.
Even after a Ben Stant home run.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, I don't think I've seen that yet this weekend. Have you seen somebody get hit in the head this weekend?
Yeah, it's happened a few times against, I think it's happened.
Oh, that'll be a single off Mike Stiles' fingertips.
Man.
Jugs showing how they're the former champs.
The momentum has swung.
Big time.
We have momentum in the game. Yeah, so we got leads in both these games.
And it's, of course, the 2 teams that have won a previous United Wiffle Ball Championship.
Yep.
Screwball finally changing it up here for Stiles.
Yep, I think he realized it, man. He's got to do that to Stant, though.
Yep.
Because, yeah, like you said, to throw 4 risers to Stant as a lefty as well. Oof.
They're all sitting riser, it seems like. Jugs are...
Looks like he's starting to ramp up the velo a little bit, too. Maybe he's a little pumped.
Jugs are one of those teams, Trent, that you know all 4 of them collectively probably hit in their garages in, once a day, once every other day, getting a little BP session in.
Using that pitching machine thing.
From what I've heard about the Jugs, they are students of the game.
Yeah.
They're constantly watching film on their opponents, getting ready for the weekend if they're going to Ma, or getting ready for the tournament and know who they're facing. So
wow.
they'll be prepared as any.
No, and that's what we're talking about. This team is going to be piecing together wins all day. Any way they can. Even when somebody no-shows.
Sure, more will be developing on that story later, but it might not matter if the Jugs can do it all themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
Another ground ball.
And that gets past the diving Kenny Rogers Jr., and it wasn't clean.
First and second.
Wow, so that's 3 straight hits.
Yeah. But what do they do? I mean,
is Whitener pitched last night, right?
Whitener pitched last night. I mean, you got to believe he's not feeling fresh at all.
Mm-mm. Wow. Well, they're going to have to get it done at the plate, man. They're going to have to start getting a hold of these risers because, Ryan's throwing a lot of risers too.
Yeah.
And they're good hitters.
2 outside risers from Mike Stiles after back-to-back singles from the McElrath twins. Three outside risers. Chris Sarnowski, last year's walk-off hero for the Juggernauts in their back-to-back championship run.
Heck of a pitcher, Red is.
Now, the first championship run after the walk right there from Red, he was the pitching hero.
Right.
And then last year was the hitting hero for them.
Guy does it all.
Coming up big. Ben Stant comes up with the bases loaded, Trent.
Uh-oh.
Are we in for something here?
Well, let's see. Wow, let's see where these risers go.
Bases loaded is not where you want to be right now if you're with Inc. with no outs.
And we've talked about it too. Oh wow, that was pretty good. That was outside the hitting zone.
Great pitch from Mike Stiles, indeed.
Yeah, this might be a time to work in an off speed if he's got one because you need to change up his eyes. That's
down the middle.
Wow.
He just gave him a riser down the middle. Maybe something Stant was not expecting. Maybe
an
that's why it
absolute
threw him
challenge.
off.
Yeah, an absolute challenge there that was not completed.
Yeah, that was
Stant.
a come and get me pitch from Mike Stiles.
Yeah.
Pounding the board right underneath where it says FanFest. But now you have to face Tim McElrath.
Big cut from Tim right there.
Mike
on
can
an
get out of
outside
this with
riser.
just only the solo home run.
That can
It's
they
huge.
can do it. Like we said it in the last game, 1-0 is not going to win you a lot of UIF games. So
No.
you got to score. So if you don't score, that's one thing. Then the game is on a whole different level. But like that's a big moment, but it's not the game.
Off the hands from Tim McElrath, mad at himself. Connor Young still pitching for the Phenoms.
Yeah, still got a 2-0 game over there, I believe.
Once your team gets eliminated, there's always that what if.
100%.
Like, what if we should have done this, or what if we had this, or who should have pitched? And I wonder if the Phenoms score ends in a 2-0 loss. We must have had it wrong up here, Trent. That's only 2 outs? Okay, Jugs no. Yep, there we go. Whiffink did not know. Yeah, that's only 2 outs. I was going to say.
Oh, no.
Whiffink thought they were out of the inning, but there is only 2 outs. Jugs caught it, though.
Kenny was way off the field.
Now they're talking about it. That's actually kind of a negative on the Whiffink's part. Their psyche, to think that they were out of it and now have to come back and face Ryan McElrath.
Ouch. Yikes. Yeah, no, they looked just a tiny bit dejected for a second there.
Ryan McElrath could have made him pay right there, but Mike Stiles still pumping. 2 straight strikeouts, and now he will go for the third.
Got the sun peeking through now.
Gotta love it. Once that sun peaked and the rain went away yesterday, it was beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, made a bobble, but he could still make a play and barely
goodness.
does. Wow. Threw it way too hard, in my opinion.
Yeah,
he
rifled
situation.
Rifled it into the lower corner of that backstop.
A good play nonetheless off the bobble.
He kept with it, man, because, that was a rocket grounder hit by Ryan up the third base line or over it into left field, and he got it and stuck with it. So that was impressive by Whitener there.
4 straight hits in the top of the 4th, followed by 3 straight outs. We'll head to the bottom. Does Whiffink have an answer? Find out soon. Strike 1 to Anthony Didio, who will be leading off for Whiffink. Last time Anthony Didio led off, he started it with a walk. So if he can do that again for his team, that is what they need. Sometimes you can't rely on the big home run. Got to manufacture those. Ryan really wanted that one.
Big looper, that off-speed drop he's been mixing in.
I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Love the pitch.
Especially since he's sitting on the riser so much, too.
It's not... I don't know if it's like a finger ball. I don't know if he puts his finger in the hole or not for that one.
He might. He must. Oh, man. They're biting on that riser that's popping back up.
such a good two-seam riser that he has. Not many people have that kind of movement. So it makes Ryan so special, being the crafty pitcher he is. Whiffink calls their own. He did not go.
I also have a score update for that game over there.
Oh, the Flamingos
It's
game? Or
no, the UF game going on. It's the other semifinal. It was the top. Last I heard, it was top 3, and it is now 3-0 suspects.
Okay.
And Phenoms were threatening, had 2 on.
Oh.
And then but then Ryan Wood, I guess, made a clutch play to get out of it, and we just heard some yelling and Connor with his hand on his hips over there. So that score might have changed. Oh, we're getting an update right now. Oh, never mind.
Connor Young, kind of the utility man for the Phenoms, and one that is relied upon in the semifinals of a world championship. It's a special moment. Jordan Robles makes the play over there. Kenny Rogers up for Whiffink here on field 1. Phenoms will look to hit over in the other semifinal game. Nice pitch from Ryan McElrath. Kenny Rogers with 3 strikeouts in the game so far, 0 for 3, after having an incredible quarterfinal game.
Ooh, holds up there.
That leaves that one high. Flag in center is blowing straight towards the hitter here on field 1. Ryan McElrath looking like a Christmas tree with that
With the green sleeve. Yeah.
I like the Chicago Bulls look, though.
It's always classic. Yeah, they have the
It
shorts
fits
to the
them.
match. It's unreal. Yeah, very much so. The dynasty aspect
And
of
if
it.
they could go 3-peat right here, then it would just be
Whoa,
like Jordan
big
esque.
cut
Wow.
down the pipe from
That is a
Ryan.
golden sombrero for Kenny Rogers, the
Wow.
4. I don't know if that's what they call it, but that's what I
Yeah,
say.
no, I've heard of that for sure.
Mike Stiles up to the plate now. 0 for 3 in his own right. There's that.
0 for 3 in his own right.
Kenny Rogers, instantly after getting that strikeout, goes back, practices his swing, gets his mind right, checking out the pitches again. Doesn't go sit down, doesn't go take the time off, get mad at himself. He knows he's got work to do. He knows he's going to get another chance in the 5th.
Wow. Inside looping little riser there
Pitch is so good
for a big
Ryan
swing.
McElrath.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, the Flamingos just hit an absolute tank. Oh
Wow.
my gosh. Excitement
Big
level at an
moment.
all-time high.
Big moment over there.
Had to have taken the lead. The parents are happy. They're up and clapping.
That was a tank.
That was demolished into the other field. The United Wiffball players are playing on. Another great pitch from Ryan on our field in field number 1. Tell you what, those pitchers over there at the U17, they come up soon in the United Wiffball World Championships. It's gonna be a problem for some teams.
Dude, I know. It is wild. They could so many of them could just step right on over and compete at a high level. But here we have McElrath with the inside pitch that Style takes.
The Jugs have Stan and Red with matching hats, and then the Twins with matching hats.
Yeah, no, their merch game is top of the, I mean, they're basically at the top of the sport, and a lot of that comes from the fact that DNAP is on their MAW roster, so they got straight up access from the font guy himself.
That's true. The walk for Mike Stiles. Bring up Dan Whitener.
He gets a piece of it. It's gonna roll up. Not gonna get enough. Not enough to go fair.
Won't go past the cheap line in front, and obviously playing no doubles defense are the Jugs. They do not want this game to go tied.
No infielders here. No infielders.
Yeah.
2 outs, I suppose.
There's 1 out.
Oh wow.
And by 1 out, I mean 2, I think.
I was going to say, that is really wild.
Didio led it off, so not Kenny Rogers. So 2 outs, yes.
Oh, big loop and drop there.
Ryan wanted that one. Always talking over the Juggernauts, always thinking. 2 outs for them, runner on first. Whew. Would have been one of the hardest pitches he's thrown so far.
Oof.
Got him. Unbelievable performance by Ryan McElrath. Continuing. We will head to the top of the 5th, Trent.
Jeez. Keeps it going.
1-0. And like Trent said, 1-0 may not cover it, but the Jugs have a chance to add some more insurance, or Whiff Inc. is going to look to surprise them in the bottom of the 5th. 1 inning left to go in regulation. We'll see you soon. Styles pitching to Red, who rips one fair. It'll be a double for Red to lead it off.
Wow. Looking to add some insurance here in the top of the fifth.
Unbelievable. Quick one pitch. Oh, it looks like the Flamingos have won the U17 National Championship for MLW. Congratulations.
Yeah. Congrats to those guys.
Flamingos.
They're out of VWL, is that correct?
VWL?
Is that in Wisconsin? Where's VWL at?
I don't know. Vermont, Virginia?
Oh, okay.
I'm just thinking.
Well,
oh, ripped again. It'll be a clean single. That'll score a run, though. Scoring Red, that'll be 2-0 as they add some insurance.
Wow. Well, there you go. There's that insurance, and we got no outs still, so we can keep on. They can keep on putting it up.
And it looks like we got a new ball coming from Mike Styles.
Yep, another new ball. Man, they're just they're breaking it, or maybe he just needed to change.
The new balls are never fun. Usually that means that something negative has happened.
Yeah, true. Either someone hit a tank and they can't get it back.
Yeah, the worst feeling in the world is when you have to get a new ball because Josh Pagano hits one over the yellow tent and the brick wall over in the right field area.
Who had the honor of getting that happen to him?
Oh,
Yeah, I know. I want the name.
It was Gus Skibby.
Oh, no. August. Oh, God. Oh, no.
I was more upset, not from the home run. I was just more upset that it was my ball that went over the brick wall.
You can't trust little brothers with anything.
1-0 to Tim McElrath here. 1-1.
Yeah, that snuck in and touched the bottom of the zone. That was a sick pitch.
2-0. Jugs have the lead. Ben Stant sitting in a very tall chair. Why did they bring that for a specific reason, you think? Or
I have no idea. I saw Red walk out of the bullpen, like the batting cage area with that yesterday, and just set it down on their field and keep it there.
And they've been toying.
It's just been their chair.
It's been
now.
in tow ever since. Yeah.
Yep, I guess.
Nice pitch from Styles, but drops it on the ground. Ball back to him. Tim McElrath now on first. Still nobody out in the inning for Whiff Inc. Tim McElrath ripped it right back up at Mike Styles. Mike Styles actually had a little, it was like a screw that didn't screw as much, and it kind of looked like McElrath's little two-seamer.
Yeah,
almost.
no, it did.
But Tim McElrath was ready for it. Here's the riser we were accustomed to. These two games going pretty fast. Could be a quick turnaround to the championship. Rips a double. Looks like it was a double.
I think so.
Either way, it scores at least one run. That might have been two. In the booth, we really don't have a way to know, but it's either 3 or 4-0. And again, no outs.
Yeah, this is they're catching up to that riser like you were saying. You know, he was sitting on that, making it his bread and butter pitch, but I mean, he's mixed in a screwball or two.
Yeah. And they've been working. I'm surprised he hasn't
I know,
put
man.
it in more. Red was ready for that one, but just blew it by him was Mike Styles.
Wow, Red sends it deep, and that looks like
Triple.
Yeah.
Triple off the wall. That'll score the rest of them there. So we are indeed at 5-0, no matter what now. Still no outs. 5 hits in a row, you got to believe. Whiff Inc.'s thinking of making a change here. Or are they just conceding?
Well, like you said, who do you go to? You know, I mean, I think the DO can pitch, but you know, at what point do you just I mean, they need outs too, I guess.
I saw soccer skills from Mike Styles there. A couple juggles into his hand.
The guy's an athlete, man. Ben Stanton, big.
Flies one to Dan Whitener, who went the wrong way. They said tag, trying for it, and it will advance and score the runner. Hits the ground. So we are clear bases now. 5 runs in the inning on the first out. 6-0 is your score.
Well, here comes a crooked number, man. That is
not what we expected here in the semifinal matchup. Another hit. Good play, though.
Oh, no.
And not sure why he didn't get up and throw.
Because he dove for it?
Oh, see, it wouldn't matter, though, because nobody's on. So Didio even told him you should just got up. Yep, Red just said he could have got up.
Yeah.
There was nobody on.
Oh.
And he just threw it into his body and on the ground. So we'll have a runner on first base. All right. Runner on first now. 1 out. Indeed, the Jugs have caught up to that riser, and they are showing it here in the top of the last inning.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Styles still pulling on that arm sleeve with his arm above his head.
Yeah, I was noticing that too. Like, I don't want to speculate about stuff like this, but you've seen him for 2 games now.
Yeah.
It seems like the velocity has not been what it has been in years past.
And he's been doing that same stretch.
Yeah. Over his head like that.
He's been pitching a lot this year.
Yeah. Yeah, that MAW season's a grind. Whiffing played a lot more wiffle ball this year than they have in years past. The fast pitch stuff, at least.
And possibly preparing them for this moment. And they're on the biggest stage right now in the semifinals against the
it got them here.
They only have 4. Does that surprise you? Did they have 5 and somebody didn't show up?
Gosh, did they have 5 last year? I can't remember who would have been the 5th. You
just would think that having a 5th, no matter who it is, even if it's just an arm you can throw early, would be worth it for next year.
Yeah, especially, somebody to kind of sign on for the regular season, too, if you're going to do that and kind of get those at-bats and stuff.
Obviously, Dan Whitener, prolific pitcher.
Yeah.
Mike Styles coming into his own, one of the better pitchers in the country the past couple of years.
Yeah.
You added a guy that can maybe keep you competitive in the earlier rounds, earlier games.
I'm sure that would be insane for them to be able to save Whitener, to be able to have these 2 complement each other instead of wasting one to get to the other.
Got to have 3 games on Sunday, so having 2 pitchers is a big advantage.
Yeah.
Which was why we all thought the meets were in such a great spot.
Yeah.
Having Flackney and Kayvon completely fresh for 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
Walk there for Ryan McElrath. Brings up Red. So we got runners on first and second. 1 out. In a long top of the 5th. Suspects and Phenoms still going at it over there.
Yeah, they're still going.
Got to believe, just in a thought timing-wise, that this might be the final chance for the Phenoms. Could be wrong.
Oh, yeah. As far as
game-wise.
Yeah. I get that.
Ryan Wood pitching really well. He pitches an incredible drop ball there.
Yeah, he is insane.
You might know this, Trent. We were watching the Phenom School Crushers game last night, and we noticed all of their numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4 for the Phenoms. Did they do that on purpose?
Yeah, most certainly. Yeah, 0. Well,
Connor's 0. Toast
that
4.
Yeah, I've always wondered that because it is actually all of their numbers were like other places too.
Yeah.
Like Jordan's one
It's
everywhere he
interesting.
goes.
Interesting that they.
So like I wonder if Pagano's the one like where he's like, I'll just take 2 just to make it for the bit.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Noticed that last night. 0 through 4.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, we had that
Styles just low.
out at NWLA for HRL. We had numbers 21 through 25, all on the squad.
Finley up against Ryan Wood over in the other semifinal game. An intriguing matchup. That game actually ended up being closer than this one.
Yeah, for real. I don't know.
After 1-0, you thought it was going to be fine, but Styles just does not look the same here in the late inning of this game.
No, certainly not, which is...
Another walk. Bases loaded for Stant. Jugs kind of just licking their chops at this point, knowing they're going to have a chance at the third. It's not over, don't get me wrong.
Certainly not.
Vinley grounds out. Usual suspects look like they're heading in. Looks like they're playing one more inning. We were wrong.
Grounder out to the third base side. Whitener to Styles at second for the first of the double play. Styles fires it in there with a riser to complete the double play and get out of the inning.
Needed.
It's time to get to work for Whiff Inc.
Yeah. Bottom of the fifth we go. It's do or die time. National championship on the line for Whiff Inc. They need 6 to keep going, Trent.
Wow, wow, wow.
We'll be back soon. Back at it, strike one for Ryan McElrath for the bottom of the fifth inning. Need base runners if you're with Inc.
Yep, they need it, man. They got to get to work here.
Down by 6. No sense in being a hero going for the home run. You just got to get base runners, give yourself a chance. Jugs did it all in one inning, basically.
Yeah. It is
7 hits, 2 walks last inning.
Good Lord. Yeah, that's how they do it, man. They just kept hitting the ball and hitting the ball and hitting the ball.
And even if it's right at the fielders, hitting it hard, never know what this grass and like, especially in this infield where we're covering the home plate area with other patches of grass. Oh, finally got it.
That off-speed drop is just unreal.
Didio even waited on it. He just knew he missed it. Sun is out as we prepare for the finals. Seemingly looking like it'll be 2 past champions going at it.
Yep, that's what we got on deck right now. Ooh,
This pitch from Ryan
man, they're
gets the
getting it done.
strikeout.
This core four Jugs is getting it done today. Man.
If you stuck around to watch, if you're watching on the live stream, we thank you for joining us for the semifinals of the 2023 World Championship United Football Tournament. With Inc. and the Jugs, seen a lot of each other this year. Down the middle for Ryan McElrath to Kenny Rogers Jr. Kenny Rogers 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts. Wow. Big home run for Ryan Wood over there.
Oh,
against
really?
Connor Young.
Oh, no.
Huge home run. That should be a dagger right there.
So here's my question to you. Do you think they should have just rolled with Robles, or do you think it was like, yeah, I need this game break?
I think, obviously hindsight.
Yeah.
Yes, they should have started Robles, but I totally understand where they're coming from. Robles might not be able to be fresh for 2 more games.
Yeah.
So they wanted him fresh for the finals. Jordan's a big stage player, so maybe wanting to be on the big stage for the finals.
True.
But you got to get there at least. What a changeup from Ryan McElrath. Strikes out Kenny Rogers Jr. for the 5th time in this game.
I'm honestly just a fan of giving a guy the ball and just letting him go.
Yeah.
Because like when you stop, you get cold and then you just get weird. I mean, that's what the Stompers did with Prentice last night.
Yeah.
Here we go with McElrath firing in here. 2 down. Oh, gets him. A little payback. Just kidding.
1 out away. We are here for a finals appearance for the Jugs. And then it's going to be really interesting. Do they keep rolling, like you said, Trent, with Ryan McElrath, who has pitched multiple games yesterday and multiple games today?
Yep.
Or do they go with a fresh Ben
with
Stant?
Ben Stant. Ben Stant.
Been working in the offseason the past couple of years.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Going high again.
Connor Young really taking a bullet here for the Phenoms as the suspects continue to score.
Oh, is that right? Oh.
Mike Stiles fouls it off. Oh, another hit for the suspects. Suspects look to be like they're on a mission here.
Oh, yeah, dude. No, they're locked in. Like, they hit a big old home run off. Ryan Wood hit that big home run off Connor Jaso last night, and that was just
another one off Connor Young. He's got a thing for hitting homers off Connors.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Big swing from Stiles there. Hit him. And that'll do it, folks.
That'll do it. Jugs are going to be – they have the chance for the three-peat.
Unbelievable.
They got
Without
there.
Ray Luddick.
Yep.
Team is here. Ryan McElrath. Will he pitch the finals, or will we see Ben Stant? Congratulations to the Jugs and the Whiff Inc. for making a Final Four appearance. We'll have a Phenoms and Usual Suspects update, obviously, when we come live again for the finals, whoever is going to be against the Jugs.
There you go.
Trent, any other last words?
I don't have any. I'm just excited for a good championship game.
Indeed. Wiffle Nation, for Trent Steffes, I'm Sam Skibby. Thanks for joining us for the semifinals on Field 1 for the 2023 United Wiffle Ball World Championship Tournament here at Wellspan Park in York, Pennsylvania. Finals are next.
Luckily, I didn't say anything. Perfect. They didn't hear that. Yeah. Time check. Is that one up?
Yeah, this one's up. Thank you. This one, this
Oh,
one.
no, I think I got it. Check, check. I don't know if you can hear it. Can you hear it? Can we hear ourselves in here? Is there a mic?
Do we get to hear ourselves in here now? Sweet.
All right, nice. Check, check. I don't know if you can hear it. Can you?
Wow, wow, wow.
Battle of the Ryans.
Wow, wow, wow. We are just being told that Ryan Wood is pitching in the finals for what?
Yeah.
His second time?
So
First time?
I think second time. When they won years ago, he was the pitcher in the finals, right?
I have no clue.
When they won United Wiffle, they had Joe Evanish pitching in the finals against your Black Dog Country Club. You remember that team?
I do. That was a
Too
very
soon?
good team. It's a little too soon right now, but can never be too mad.
All right, so the lineups, if you didn't hear that, for the away team, the usual suspects leading off is Ryan, the Great One Wood. It's been the Ryan Wood show today, and even last night he hit the 2-run home run to beat TC 35. This is obviously a great team with a great supporting cast around him, but it is the Ryan Wood show. He's kind of carrying this team, doing great things.
He's honestly been putting bat on ball, doing an amazing job all weekend, and really hasn't stopped.
I talked to usual suspects manager Danny Lanigan before the game, and he said that a lot of people, they don't really talk about Ryan Wood as being the best of all time. Like, when people are saying top 5 or 10, he gets mentioned a lot. But in number 1, you don't hear a lot of people say Ryan Wood. And he also said that people are stupid. So, they can be wrong. And I think he's got a point. I mean, he's been doing it for 20 years. Since we were pooping in diapers, he's been winning tournaments like this.
That is very true. And maybe this year we get to see Ryan Wood be number 1.
And imagine just the longevity and him being able to do this. I think he's throwing at least 95 miles per hour, if not closer to 100. I know last year when we had clocked him at Mid-Atlantic Wiffle, he threw 98, 99.
He was
So
easily throwing
how
that
fast
hard.
was he throwing back then? 106,
He could be throwing 105,
Jeez.
110 at that
Like,
point.
in the videos, it looks like videos don't often do velocity justice, but the videos of Ryan Wood from 10, 15 years ago, wow. A lot of times I see a pitch that's nasty on video, and I think, I could hit that, and then when you get in the box, you realize you can't. But even on video, that looks tough to hit.
What about the rest of the team, Tom?
Oh, yeah, Scott sidetracked, excuse me. So batting second, Scott Alford. Batting third, Sylvie Serrano, the new addition to the usual suspects. Talked to everyone before the game. They were all raving about Sylvie and how he's been a great teammate, joining perfect fit for this team. And Sylvie said that he's having the most fun he's had in years playing with the suspects, making it far, getting all the way to the finals. And we may even see Sylvie pitch at some point. I know Ryan Wood's been pitching all day, so we'll see if he can go the distance or not. I think, at this point, if you're the suspects, you probably just got to let Ryan go out there. It's his game.
Of course, as well as
Joe Evanish also rounding out the lineup, the starting pitcher last time when they won in the finals. And for the Juggernauts, leading off is Ben Stant, batting second, Tim McElrath, batting third and pitching, his brother Ryan McElrath, and Chris Sarnowski rounding off that lineup. So it's going to be a battle of the Ryans.
this is going to be a really good game, Tom. Also, nice to meet y'all. My name is Colin Prentice with my co-host, Tom Gannon.
Yeah, quick plug, listen to the Athlete's Foot podcast on National Wiffle.
Very good pod.
So the Juggernauts, I like to compare them to the Chicago Bulls of the NBA. And it looks like, their jerseys are kind of Chicago Bull based.
Oh, it's
I
definitely
think the
based
design is
off
based
the
on that.
Bulls.
And think about all the great teams that lost to Michael Jordan. Last year we had the Phenoms. The year before we had the Meats. Are we going to see the Suspects lose to them? Suspects also going for their third national championship as a franchise. I believe they won when it was Golden Stick in 2011, 2010 maybe.
I believe Golden Stick Pro,
Yeah.
and or Fast Plastic. One of the two. I can't remember which.
I think it was a Golden Stick tournament circuit. But also both teams, the only two teams to win in the United Wiffle era, the Usual Suspects taking it in 2020, and the Juggernauts winning the last two, going for that three-peat. And if they do three-peat, one of them is going to have to quit wiffle ball and play basketball.
Oh, definitely. This is going to be a good matchup no matter what. These are two well-trained teams, as well as they've been playing together for a long time. Both teams are really good. Hopefully we see a lot of balls put in play. Maybe we see a couple home runs. Maybe we see some really good plays in the field.
We're going to see something. And these teams also matched up last year in the semifinals. The Juggernauts, they hit very well off Ryan Wood. And Ryan Wood last year said, I've never been hit like that. In my whole career, never been hit like that. That's what he said after the game last year. So you got to wonder if that's in the back of his head right now going against the same team again with the championship on the line. We will not be seeing a new champion here today, Colin. These two teams are proven, and they proved that they can do it year in, year out. It's pretty amazing.
Yep, just seeing two championship teams playing against each other. Ryan coming off with a fast two-seam that trails in on Wood real quick.
Yeah, Ryan McElrath, one of the best pitchers to ever do it, as is Ryan Wood. Won 2 Palisades WBL championships in the last 2 years of that league when it was at its height. And
missing high outside with that as well. Drop slide.
McElrath also leading the Juggernauts to back-to-back Mid-Atlantic Wiffle Championships and back-to-back United Wiffle Championships. So this guy's borderline unbeatable.
Ryan throwing that two-seam again. Getting that first strike. Making it 2-1.
And quick shout out to you. I think you were one of the few pitchers to actually defeat Ryan McElrath head-to-head this year. Or was it? Did they throw red?
I thought it
in that
was
game?
red.
Ah,
It
yeah.
was red when we.
All right. I take that back.
But
Very difficult. Both teams very difficult to beat.
Both very good pitchers.
Yeah. Red also in 2021, he was the winning pitcher in the championship when they won their first United Wiffle Championship over the Meats. So
And
perhaps we see Red at some point in this game if necessary. Or do you think that Ryan's got the ball all game? What do you think?
I think Ryan has the ball, but Ryan just made a really good pitch strike out there. Just putting it top inside of the zone, trying to really make Wood think on where the ball's going to go.
Wow.
Right down the middle and fast as hell.
He just froze one of the best hitters in wiffle ball. Buckled him.
Got the 0-1 coming up here. Making it 0-2 with a low slider.
Gosh, he is so good. And when he started this dominant run recently, he is throwing a very interesting scuffed ball. I believe he said it's 80 grit sandpaper that he, kind of makes lines of latitude on the ball, spinning it around. And you can kind of scuff the ball out here however you want. Ryan McElrath using a very unique scuff. And even as he's winning all these games and tournaments and championships, you still don't see other people throwing that same ball because it's so difficult even just to throw a strike with it. And for him to, miss on purpose and hit every spot is just ridiculous.
Scott Alford fouling that one off back, making this a 1-2, a 2-2 count. Am I already? Yes. I'm already messing up my counting. Never learned how to count properly. And the punch out from Ryan. Just throwing absolute cheese. Buckling these batters left and right already in this first inning.
And Alford, he's a pretty free swinger out there, so to get him to take a pitch down the middle, he clearly must not be seeing the ball well. And Ryan McElrath just continuing to prove how effective he is with this ball. And you got to wonder, if they win again, you got to imagine more people are going to throw the sandpaper ball next year, right?
Oh, you have to think someone's going to start throwing a sandpaper ball. Too many people are starting to get very conventional, and it's just becoming more of a pitcher's game, and people are trying to find out the best way to do it. Sylvie putting that ball in play, but Ryan makes a nice, easy grab and throws it at the backstop to get the out.
1-2-3 inning.
So now we get to see Ryan Wood come up and start running the board. He's been throwing hard, and he's been hitting the board left and right.
Another notable thing from Ryan Wood is the fact that they used to have the wiffle up circuit. I don't remember all the rules and regulations for that, but he was a dominant force in wiffle up. I believe he won every tournament that he entered except for maybe a couple, and there were big cash prizes. So definitely, if you measure the greatest player by how much prize money they've won in their career, Ryan Wood might be the guy.
He's definitely at the top. He's got a lot, but Adam Trotta also has a lot.
That's true. Doom, the very dominant force of the early 2000s.
They were an amazingly dominant force. Not many teams could really beat them. They had such a good team.
I think they won. I don't know if they got to 200, but I think they either almost 200 or over 200 different tournaments that they entered in. I know I was talking with someone, and they said they had I guess it was before hashtags, but they had road to 200. That's absolutely ridiculous.
That's insane. 200 wins?
Yeah, I play a lot of wiffle ball, and I even play a lot of wiffle ball against people that aren't very good, and I've only won about 30 championships. Maybe I'm just not quite as good as these guys.
Well, we are seeing the elite of elite this weekend. It's going to be very good. It's going to be very interesting, and it does not look like Wood is pitching.
Yeah, it looks like they may be going to Joe Evanish. Joe Evanish also came in against the Juggernauts after Wood got shelled a little bit in the semifinals of last year's tournament, and he shut him down after that. So maybe they're thinking, let's just go to him off the jump. And he's been here before. He won a national championship game in 2020 against Black Dog Country Club. Again, condolences. I know that was your team.
Hate to see it. It happens, though.
Let's talk a little bit about how these teams got here. Very competitive field. So the Juggernauts last night, they beat Way Too Beautiful in a tightly contested 1-0 game. Chris Skipone, they call him Skip.
I don't know how to say his last name.
He pitched phenomenally in that game. I mean, holding the Juggernauts to 1 run, really holding any team to 1 run, you got to think your team probably wins that game, but the Juggernauts, they have Ryan McElrath, and he is just something different.
I said it earlier today. I think the threshold for winning games is right around that 4 runs, 5 runs for most teams, especially in a well-competitive hitting game.
The margins are just so slim out here. It's always just one play really decides every game. I mean, we won several games in a row, and they were all, 1 or 2 plays are different, and
changes the whole situation.
And then, so anyway, the Juggernauts, they win that 1-0 game over Way Too Beautiful to get here to Sunday. And this morning, they were dominant. They won 10-1 in the quarterfinals against the Canes and 6-0 against With Inc. in their second game of the day. So let's see if the Suspects can at least give them a game here.
What was the road to the for the Suspects?
So the Suspects actually faced our former teammate Connor Jaso from Kansas. The flamethrower throws over 100 miles per hour, but Ryan Wood hit a 2-run shot off of him. And Joe Evanish, the man with the ball right now, threw a no-hitter against TC35 an excellent hitting team.
I will say, I saw Ryan Wood hit that ball, and that thing was an absolute missile. I saw it out of the peripherals of my eye right before I was about to throw a pitch, and that thing was a moonshot over the tall field.
It sounded like a gunshot off his bat. It was just, I've never heard anything like it.
It was easily 15 to 20 feet over the wall.
Yeah, we got to check that bat.
So I'm not sure if anyone on the stream's able to see it, but in right field they have a short, a 15-foot wall?
20-foot wall.
20-foot wall?
I'd say 20-foot wall.
It was an absolute missile. It went up and over the canopies.
Yeah, it went about 10 rows deep, I think.
Insane thing
to
watch.
Anyway, it was another encore of the Ryan Wood Show this morning with their 5-4 win over the Meats. The Meats starting their lefty Tyler Flackney, gave up a couple runs, and they went to Kayvon later in the game. But, back and forth battle. The Suspects are able to win that game 5-4. And in the semifinals, Ryan Wood, just a vintage Ryan Wood performance, shutting out the Phenoms. Another one of the best lineups in this whole tournament. You don't get this far in the tournament by accident. So beating the Phenoms 5-0 in the semifinals. So the Suspects and the Juggernauts both really rolling right now.
This plan to say that Ryan Wood is going to start and then throw Evanish is a very interesting idea, especially because he's thrown in this high leverage innings already. He did it in 2020. Will he be able to do it again, or will Wood have to come in and sneak some outs out?
Or Sylvie Serrano. Sylvie, a great accomplished pitcher himself.
This overall is just going to be a absolute death match. It's going to be such a good game. It's either going to be pitcher dominated, or we're really going to see hits going left and right.
Yeah, this is going to be a fight. This is going to be a fight in the form of wiffle ball. So we got Ben Stan leading off for the Suspects. And did they have Ryan Wood starting on their lineup card? Is this even legal?
I think we need a change and get it right. We got Joe Evanish coming up with an 0-0 count here. Just missing on the outside to Ben Stute.
I don't know if Joe Evanish listens to Red Sarnowski and Connor Young's podcast, but they recently were talking about Circle City flamethrower Mike Whitty, saying that he's the best lefty in wiffle ball right now. And they didn't even mention Joe Evanish or Tyler Flackney's name. So I hope you heard that, and it gives him a nice +5 velo.
Stant fouling that last one off, making it a 1-1 count. Pieces it up the middle, but Evanish is able to make the play and get the out.
What a play by Evanish. Great hands, hard hit ball. Just sticks it. Made it look easy.
He's yet to throw anything but that drop screw that he has. It's a very effective pitch.
It was effective last year, not last year, in 2020 against Black Dog Country Club. Again, condolences. But really just, he's a strike thrower. He's a lefty, not something a lot of people get a chance to see.
Coming up to bat, Tim McGillrav. Check swinging. Did he go?
Joe Evanish also lives in Colorado, so it's not like he's in the regular season, summer-long circuit. These guys haven't had a chance to face him yet. So I think that gives him the advantage.
Still throwing that screwball, just missing on the inside. I believe making it a 1-1 count, if I'm correct. If not, it's a 2-0 count.
And I guess to my point, the Suspects also haven't really been around the circuit, so they don't face Ryan McElrath either. So maybe it's kind of neutral. Nasty slider. Maybe some type of changeup? What was that, Colin?
Definitely a lot slower in comparison to that screwball. It had to be a finger rise, maybe a finger slide, something. But getting that first or second strike, always big. Especially against the Jugs.
Wow, there it is again. A little bit faster. Reached back for a little more that time. And Evanish looks like he's feeling himself a little bit.
So that makes it a 2-2 count. Tim's still standing in the box, hopefully getting ready for any of these pitches that Evanish can really throw. Swing and a miss.
And Tim McElrath is just an excellent hitter. I feel like he's sometimes forgotten because of how dominant his teammate Ben Stant is. But as a pitcher, I'm more afraid of Tim McElrath. I mean, he owns me personally and just such a ridiculous hitter. Like, it just feels automatic sometimes with that guy.
Now coming up, the starting pitcher for the Jugs, Ryan McElrath. And Evanish missing inside with that rise slide. Just not able to get the side of the zone. Coming back at him with a low slider that just hits the leg. Staying on the outside, really nice location. Trying to get Ryan to swing at that.
Yeah, just missed the zone, but I don't think he missed his spot. I think that's where he wanted that pitch to go. Ryan almost giving chase, but able to hold.
And a fast, extremely fast screwball that just comes in and pounds the outside.
Nasty screwball. That pitch was just ridiculous. Right down the middle, but looked like it was going to hit him, Colin.
Missing low and inside, trying to throw that slide rise, just trying to get Ryan a chase.
Yeah, McElrath showing excellent plate discipline right now. I mean, it's hard to track that wiffle ball.
Got a 3-1 count here as well. And pounds that outside with his screwball again. That is probably going to be his most dominant pitch right now.
Joe Evanish, he had his headphones on. I didn't talk to him at all before the game. He was just getting in the zone. But he is throwing smoke right now. I think he's been working out a lot in the offseason. I've never seen him, like, I'm not saying he didn't throw hard before, but I have never seen him throw this hard. At least not since I've been playing.
Definitely a hard thing to do, especially with a limited amount of people that are around that actually play wiffle ball.
Yeah, I think Didio's the only other player in his entire state that plays.
That's insane. Hopefully they're close and get to practice.
Yeah, you got to assume those guys end up getting together a couple times a year, right?
But now we got a man on first. Ryan walked. Chris Sarnowski, red, comes up to bat. Takes a first pitch strike inside with that slide rise. Very dominant pitcher right now.
Yeah, Ben Stan told me before the game that Red's done. So we'll see how done he is right here.
Missing high outside, still using a nice movement on that screwball.
So in their back-to-back titles here at United Wiffle, Chris Red Sarnowski threw a complete game in the finals against the Meats. I believe he only gave up 1 run in their first championship. And in their second, Red hitting the walk-off home run in the bottom of the 5th off Jordan Robles to give them that back-to-back championships.
That looked like absolute cheese. It even buckled Red, who's been seeing speed coming out of people's hands all day and all weekend.
Is he throwing over 95? I mean, he is throwing fast and like.
We need to get a radar on him.
Yeah, I'm not even. Oh, that was a changeup or something. Gets him totally off balance. Nasty pitch. Gets him to chase outside.
Great first inning from both pitchers. Only one batter put on bases. That's 7 batters.
Yeah, 3 up, 3 down for Ryan McElrath, and then Joe Evanish answers with just 1 walk. And they both have 1 ground out, 2 strikeouts, so matching zeros so far early in the first inning.
So out of everyone, who do you think is going to be able to put the ball in play most on either side?
I think I'm going to go Ryan Wood. I mean, from what I heard, for the Suspects, it's just been the Ryan Wood show, and I don't expect that to end here. When they faced last year in the semifinals, Ryan Wood did hit a home run off Ryan McElrath. They didn't win the game, but he hit a bomb. So I expect the suspects. I expect both teams to score runs. I don't think that either team's getting shut out.
I don't think either team will get shut out, but it's still going to be a good match. It's hard to say who's going to truly hit the best out of anyone on this field right now.
Yeah, this is also kind of like an old school versus new school rivalry matchup. The suspects, have been a team for over a decade. These guys have all been playing wiffle ball for 20 plus years, and the Jugs, obviously, they've been around for a long time. They've been playing for 10 plus years as well. But the suspects, I talked to them before the game. That we're just a bunch of old guys getting it done. They got one more, and the Juggernauts, they're young, they're fit, they're practicing, playing all season. The suspects playing a couple times a year to, keep their body intact for this part of the season. The Juggernauts, this is just another weekend for them. It's crazy what they do. They play every weekend. They throw their arms out. It feels like every weekend.
Evanish stepping up to bat and taking a high riser that misses up, making the count 1-0. Ryan getting ready to throw the next pitch. Putting a little hezzy on that and hitting low with a fast riser.
Nasty pitch. Very bottom of the zone. Even if he knew it was going to be a strike and swung at it, good chance that's just a ground ball, not really an impact. So Ryan McElrath just putting the ball wherever the heck he wants. It's just amazing. Pitches almost every day, I think. I think the sales of 80 grit sandpaper might be going up after this tournament if the Juggernauts win a third in a row.
Definitely going to. It's going to change a lot of people's minds on how they scuff a ball and how they actually make the ball move. Will we see more people starting to throw like Ryan?
I know I'm going to start at least trying it in the offseason. I'm sure there's a lot of different reasons that they've been so dominant, but it's hard to imagine that the sandpaper ball's not one of them when he's the only guy doing it.
And then he throws that insane 12-6 curve that just comes down, missing the zone, sadly, but making it a 2-1 count.
Yeah, it may look like he's throwing all kind of fastball, two-seam fastball, riser on the video, but Ryan just throwing a lot of different pitches. That one tailing in a lot. That might have even been a changeup.
Oh, I definitely missed a foul ball in there. That made it a strikeout, pulling Evanish trying to pull at something on the inside that misses the zone.
Now Ryan Wood struck out his last time. McElrath still 4 up, 4 down, making it look automatic against one of the best hitting teams out here.
Wood swinging at something high that he thought was going to drop down.
That was maybe like a drop curve looking pitch. I'm not sure what that was.
I thought he was going to be throwing a drop slide there, just the way he came through, but anything can happen with that sandpaper ball. It just moves insane.
Yeah, and I guess Ryan McElrath sounds like he might be listening to me. I'm trying to say that he's got this crazy variety of pitches, and he starts breaking a couple of them out.
Check swing. Did he go? I think he went, but I'm not sure if he actually did.
Yeah, the players, the umpires on the field calling their own games out here. So, not sure what they called that. It's kind of tough for us to tell all the way up here.
But if not, that makes it an 0-2 count or a 1-1 count here. And that is a bomb going out to the left field.
What'd I tell you?
Ryan Wood striking first, making Ryan McElrath second guess his pitch now.
Dead center, crushed that. And Ryan Wood just doing Ryan Wood things. It's been the Ryan Wood show all day. And that hasn't ended, even if he's not going to be the starting pitcher this game. Like I said, last time he faced Ryan McElrath, he did hit a home run. Might have even been in his second at bat. So the suspects throwing the first punch, and when they did win the championship back in 2020, they threw the first punch that game.
And Alfred taking a fast inside screwball.
Yeah, it looked kind of like a two-seam fastball, I think is what I would call that one.
But the count is 0-1 right now. McElrath throwing down the middle, just trying to blow it by Alford.
You know, a lot of teams, they would give up that home run and be kind of down on themselves, but the Juggernauts actually just picked up the energy on that last strike throw by McElrath, trying to pump him up. They've been in positions like this so many times. They're not a team that panics and gets down on themselves. They know they have to score to win this game anyway, and I expect them to answer. Maybe not next inning, but one is not going to be enough.
Ryan trying to throw that 12-6 again, hoping for a quick strikeout.
Yeah, nasty curveball that he's got. And there it
Does
is!
it again and hits this time, getting Alford for the second out.
Absolutely nasty. McElrath kind of showing a more baseball-like repertoire than most wiffle ball pitchers show.
Definitely. You don't see a bunch of baseball repertoire, but when you do, you get to see some of the best, and you get to see it go fast.
Yeah, I mean, it really feels like he's throwing kind of four-seam, two-seam curveball.
Yes, it does. And Sylvie Silverano, I believe that's his name.
Yeah, Sylvie Serrano.
Good to know. But taking that first pitch high and just missing the zone, making it a 1-0 count.
Yeah, Serrano coming out of Northern California. He's been playing for years. I believe he was the 2013 Ultimate Whiffler 1v1 champion.
Was he? I didn't know
I believe
that.
so, yeah. So Sylvia, also another one of the guys that's been playing for so long. He's been playing at a high level for a long time. Heck, he's beat me since I moved out to the West Coast and started playing in those tournaments.
Sylvie swinging at that. Took the first pitch like that. Rose up just above the zone, but missed this time.
You know, it's funny. When I found out Sylvie was joining the Usual Suspects, it kind of felt like a head scratcher to me when at first thought.
Did he just break the bat? Or is he
Maybe
just
he
swapping?
did. Yeah, sorry, I didn't see what that was. Maybe going with a lighter bat because of how hard he's throwing.
Well, we got a 2-1 count right now. McElrath making that a 2-2 count after that one.
Right at the bottom of the zone, so nasty. And to get back to it, so for some reason I just didn't see the fit with Sylvie, but these guys have known each other for so long. They've been playing in tournaments
Against each other
for 15 years. I mean, game respects game. Sylvie, an excellent player and a perfect fit for this team. So making me totally rethink my life.
I was going to say, making you eat your own words. And then he puts bat on ball, but Red can't get to the foul. Still got a 2-2 count here.
Yeah, so Sylvie, he's the guy these guys needed. They lost Johnny Costa, playing with C4.
Actually,
so they had to find a way to replace him.
Actually, I believe Lanigan cut him at the beginning
Is
of
that
last
so?
year. And Sylvie swinging at the 12-6 that cuts in on him.
Yeah, he was too young. He brought their average age down too much. That's why they cut him.
I can't blame him on that one. Got to keep the age up. Got to keep it the old guys. But the Usual Suspects strike first with a Ryan Wood home run.
Yeah, taking a 1-0 lead, and they've really got the momentum right now. But the Juggernauts, they've got the bats.
They got the chemistry, too.
And they have Ben Stant.
Yes, Ben Stute. One of the best wiffle ball hitters in the league right now. He has been so
In the league right now. How about ever?
I can't say ever. Currently.
I mean, think about it. The development of the game over time. Teams have gotten better and better over the years. And he is out hitting guys that were putting up those numbers against, it feels like every team has so many good pitchers. And I know that there's no way that was the case 20 years ago.
I couldn't agree with you more on that, but at the same time, I'm not sure.
One of the best ever. I'm not saying he's the best. There's a lot of other guys that deserve mention. But Ben Stant is just, maybe it's recency bias, but he's just ridiculous, man. Well, he's a robot.
Over the past 3 years, he's just been absolutely unstoppable at the plate. It doesn't matter who's pitching. Doesn't matter how they throw, what they throw. He sees at least one or two of those pitches and just takes them for a ride, whether they're hard singles, hard doubles, maybe a home run here and there. Such a dominant hitter.
Well, actually, he does kind of stink against me. I'm pretty sure he's 1 for 9 lifetime with a dinky single.
Man, maybe we should have thrown you if we passed you whiff on that game.
Yeah, if we made it far enough.
Got to get there first, though. That's the main thing.
Yeah, had our hearts ripped out by Kenny Rogers Jr. Whiffink, walk-off home run. Got them to the semifinals, but we started off 0-2 in this tournament and eventually made it to the quarterfinals. So I'm going to count it as successful as much as losing sucks.
Honestly, after an 0-2 start, this is a successful weekend, especially in my eyes.
All right, anyway, enough about us. Back to this game and these two teams that actually did make it.
So, I'm not sure if you saw this, but did you see Evanish running around and limping at all? Because there was one point during the Phenoms game where he came off. I was sitting off on the side.
Awkward landing.
I'm not sure if it was an awkward landing, but I saw him running back from wherever he was coming from.
Hobbling back.
Just hobbling a little bit, taking a little bit of a limp. I wasn't sure if that was his plant foot or it was his push-off foot.
But and that was just earlier today. That wasn't before this game, right?
Yes, that was earlier today, but
A while ago.
but Stant taking that first pitch.
I mean, looking strong right now. And you might remember, it might be hard to see on the stream, but there's all this sod, where the pitcher is standing is actually around where home plate is. And obviously normally that's all dirt, and down the first and third base lines there's all this sod that's been laid. It's a little rough, and it's kind of cool because it almost feels like a little more backyardy of a surface. But I know Jordan Robles actually twisted his ankle at some point during the finals. I don't know if it was a sprain or just kind of rolled it, but Ben Stan rips it to Ryan Wood, and that's going to be a base hit.
It's hard when you throw 2 strikes and want to get that third one right away. Stant's really good about trying to watch in the zone, know where the zone is, and how to find the ball before it hits the zone.
Yeah, Ryan Wood shaking his head. I mean, that was a hard hit ball. By no means an easy routine play, but he obviously knows that he could have got that and wishes that he could have got that out for his guy.
I will say, kept it in front of him and stopped a double, making sure that the ball doesn't roll any farther. But now we got Tim McGillrav coming up to the plate. Evanish getting ready. And a first pitch strike that Tim swings at. I think that actually hit the inside part of the zone, right under the bat.
Either that or he got a piece of it. Tim McElrath, he's one of my favorite players. I actually had the pleasure of playing with the Giants in Palisades for a short time.
Swing and a miss for an 0-2 now.
And Tim, he's just, I don't know, he's so positive. He's like the ultimate perfect teammate. Like, there's not enough good things I could say about Tim McElrath.
Honestly, I've played with him a handful of times and always a good teammate.
One of the best, if not the best.
Tim taking that outside for a ball right there, making it a 1-2 count. Evanish starting to really think about what he's trying to throw, where he's placing it.
Tim also one of the best fielders in the world. I mean,
Easily.
I don't know how many home runs he's robbed, but
More than enough.
It's got to be like 25 or more at this point. I mean, he's just ridiculous.
And Tim swinging at that high outside slider that Evanish keeps throwing, making that another strikeout for Evanish. Got a man on first right now. Ryan McGillrav coming up to the plate.
1 on, 1 out. Ryan walked his last time up.
Evanish missing down low, trying to get that riser to just jump up at the last second and hit the bottom of the zone.
Yeah, really buried that. Maybe trying to go there, but walking Ryan last time up, he's got to be trying to throw a strike here, I assume.
And misses with that one, making it a 2-0 count.
Just barely missed inside. I mean, that went behind the zone before it hit the net. I mean, that was...
Really trying to not walk Ryan right now. But he throws another ball, making it a 3-0 count.
Now, Evanish has pitched against this lineup before, so maybe there's something in his head that we don't know. Maybe he's pitching around Ryan a little bit and would rather go after the other guys.
Maybe he is. Honestly, I'd think he'd want to go around Stant a little more, but throwing outside, missing the zone one more time, walking Ryan again for 2 guys on base. We got a man on first and second with Chris Red Sarnowski coming up to the plate.
Runner in scoring position now, so now clean single to the outfield would score that run and tie the game. Extra base hit would give the Juggernauts the lead.
Red taking the first pitch. That rise slide on the inside part of the zone this time.
Nasty.
Some people would think that even if you just put a swing on it, maybe you can get the ball out just because it's moving in on your bat when you swing.
Wow.
Red taking another one of those same slide rise, this
Wow.
time high, right in the middle of the zone, making it an 0-2 count. Got 2 guys on, 1 out.
Evanish, I mean, he is looking electric right now. And oh my God,
And
this
hits
guy can
the
smell it.
outside corner with that screwball. That is an amazing pitch right there. Really sitting down Red.
Wow. And Evanish, I mean, they got him that run, and they're in the championship, and I think he can smell it. He wants another championship.
He wants another, and he's ready. He's firing. This is just a great pitching duel so far. Stant coming up to bat. He's already put 1 ball in play. Put it over to Ryan Wood, who's at third base right now. And takes the first one for a strike. Again,
Evanish just hitting his spots right now. I mean, these guys, the Juggernauts are a free swinging team. They like to hit the ball. They see the ball well, and they swing at strikes. So Evanish getting them to take so many strikes is incredibly impressive to me. There you see him taking a hack that time. Wow.
That was
Big hack.
That was a heavy hack, almost like Adrian Beltre sitting on one knee trying to hit it.
That was an I want to take the lead hack.
Yes, it was. Now we got an 0-2 count to Stant. Evanish really wanting to get this last out here.
If I were Evanish, I would not throw a strike.
Ooh, what a quick pitch. Coming inside with that high slide rise. Things just moving so much. It's moving at least 2 feet easy.
And just how about the balls from Evanish to throw Stant 3 straight sliders in the same location practically? Nasty.
Got some balls and definitely some depth.
Sorry, I mean, look at the strikes on Joe Evanish.
Not a curse word. Also, we are trying to keep it nice and clean up here so you won't hear any cursing from us, hopefully.
Hopefully we're succeeding.
Doing a pretty good job so far.
But between you and I, we probably wouldn't notice if we did by accident. So if we slip up,
We're sorry.
We'll get canceled.
You might get canceled. I've been canceled for a while.
Ah, I see. Yeah. I actually just got rescheduled.
Ooh, getting rescheduled out here. So, back to the game real quick. Who do you think is throwing harder out of Ryan and Evanish?
I think that it's tough to say.
They're both throwing really hot. They're throwing hard pitches, but Ryan's just throwing those off speeds here and there, and he's hitting the board with them.
Yeah.
And definitely freezing up the suspects out here.
Yeah, both pitchers really getting these offensive lineups to take this many strikes is pretty amazing. And I also think that if you don't count changeups, because Miguel Ratz has been throwing a lot of off-speed pitches. If you don't count off-speed pitches, I would probably say that Miguel Ratz's average velocity is a bit higher than Evanish, but I think the fastest few pitches that have been thrown this game are all Evanish.
Oh, those screwballs have been coming in hot.
It looks electric, Colin.
I feel like we need to give Food a call down on the field and see if he can get a radar back there.
Yeah, we gotta give this guy some dar, find out what he's throwing.
Evanish taking the first pitch and swings at it, putting the ball in play, but Ryan McGillrath is able to make the play and hit the zone, or hit the backstop. Such a well-rounded fielding team from the Jugs so far.
Just
Not
excellent.
letting too much by.
And that's by no means a routine play, but he made it look routine. Especially right by that lip where I was saying like the grass is a little uneven.
Getting that weird bounce coming off.
But he's played all season. How many of those has he made a play on? How many errors has he made? Maybe can't be many.
Ryan Wood doing the same thing.
Soft hands from McElrath, and he hits the pipe on the backstop to get out number 2.
Man, two pitches, 2 outs. That can't feel much better than anything for a pitcher right now. Especially keeping low pitch count right now and not really working the arm too much.
Yeah, McElrath, so many quick innings with just a handful of pitches thrown, really impressive. And it seems like the suspects listening to the stream, listening to us, as I say, they're taking too many strikes, they start swinging away, maybe making that adjustment. We'll see if the Juggernauts do the same.
Man, Alford doing the same thing, taking that first pitch swing.
Yeah, maybe an overcorrection there from Evanish, but I mean, he is Scott Alford, sorry. But Scott Alford is such a good hitter, and he's also a good bad ball hitter. He could take a pitch out of the zone and hit it over the fence. And obviously, if he hit that over the fence, no one would question him and said, oh, wow, that was up and inside, why'd you swing?
Ryan missing outside with what looked like a riser that just didn't move up, but making the count 1-1 to Scott Alford.
Alford trying to get some going 2 outs.
And McElrath throws that 12-6 again. You gotta wonder if he's going to keep throwing it and make them guess when it's going to come, or if he's just going to sit off that for a little while after this inning. He's thrown a lot in the past 2 innings. Alford putting the ball in play, but it goes foul, making that a 2-2 count.
And I think Ryan McElrath is so unhittable that it wouldn't be a bad idea to really just sit on that slow curveball changeup and just every pitch just wait for him to throw it. Because it seems like he's been mixing it in pretty regularly as he tries to throw it again there.
And he hits the top of Scott Alford's head.
I don't think I've ever seen that. Obviously, it hits you in the face or hat, whatever, it gives you a base. I've seen that on the riser, the screwball, whatever that runs up there, but I've never seen someone get hit in the top of the head, right in like the button of his hat, I think.
Couldn't have been any closer to the button of his hat, but that puts a man on first now.
Such an interesting, right up the top of the noggin. Have you ever seen that?
I haven't. I've definitely seen people take it off the dome and take it when it's fast, but I've never seen someone just sit there and have the ball drop onto their head. Sylvie taking a first pitch strike that hit low on the inside.
Clipped the bottom of the zone just barely. I mean, that pitch was just tangential.
Couldn't have been any more pipe. The Juggernauts moving to a no doubles fielding position here. McElrath, the only one on the infield, and Sylvie takes that pitch high for a ball.
Just McElrath just painting the zone, just picking at corners. Super effective. He's already given up a run, so trying to keep it here, make sure his team has a chance to win.
Sylvie taking a swing at that outside one, really just wanting that, trying to put the ball in place somewhere just to push that guy on first around, but that makes it a 1-2 count out here. And throws that 12-6. Sylvie puts a bat on ball, but Stant is able to make the play.
The suspects are listening to everything I'm saying, I swear.
They gotta have the stream on down there. They're listening to everything. You're saying what's going on, and they're just paying attention, trying to make those adjustments.
Yeah, right after I told them they're taking way too many strikes, they start swinging away, a little more trigger happy. And as soon as I say, maybe you should just sit on that curveball, it looked like Sylvie must have been.
So can we talk about that for a sec? Evanish just threw a pitch directly at Ethan Weiner, and I'm not sure if he caught it.
And he looks like he has excellent control, so that had to be on purpose. There's clearly some animosity between the two.
Either trying to have some fun and or just trying to get a great clip for Weiner Films out there where the ball just goes right into the camera for a clean transition.
I think he was trying to break his camera lens, and I'm sure he would pay for it if he did.
I doubt he would. But we got Tim McGillrath coming up to bat here. Swinging out of his shoes for that first one that cuts inside on him, making it an 0-1 count.
Tim McElrath, I'm not going to lie, I'm biased. He's my favorite player playing this game. I hope he ties it up right now.
Man, he tipped that ball somehow. That thing was so far outside on the edge of the zone. Just really trying to get the bat on the ball, push it somewhere.
Yeah, he's a robot. I don't know how he did that.
Something that I only noticed basically this year, but Tim chokes up a lot on the bat and swings out of his shoes again for one more, making Evanish get another strikeout for the first out.
Yeah, McElrath, I think Ryan does as well. Not quite as far, but Tim chokes up so far on the bat. He's the only person I really see doing that, so I wonder if he knows something we don't.
I feel like you could put another hand at the end of the handle just to...
Yeah, just get a shorter bat. You don't need to...
Ooh, that one going way away. Just no control on that one. Luckily, there's no one on base because that would have been a stolen base.
Yeah, because I think, Tim chokes up about the same amount every time. I don't think I ever see him go back to the bottom. So, Tim, if you're listening, just get a shorter bat. Then you can't accidentally hit the knob and ground out.
Or shorten the handle.
Yeah, it could be the same bat. Just saw it off. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he knows something we don't.
Maybe he does, and hopefully
get that bunt single off the knob.
Ooh.
He's playing chess while we're playing checkers.
Tim's always playing chess. He's like a 2,000 rating kind of thing.
Chess.com guy.
Oh yeah, but we got a 2-0 count to Ryan McGillrath right now.
Did he go? It appears no.
Check swinging, but it doesn't look like they're calling that a strike.
I think I have a no swing from up here, but we have a pretty poor angle. And Weiner giving the safe sign.
Got a 3-0 count. Evanish really trying to get a strike. Finally gets one against Ryan. He's been struggling right there. He's walked Ryan twice already, but really getting that first strike against Ryan, making it a 3-1 count.
Evanish is really doing a great job mixing things up as he goes through the order multiple times, changing the sequencing as he gets that slider to hit the zone. But it seemed like he was starting with pretty heavy on the screwballs, and now seems to be using the slider a little bit more. So I wonder if he's going to go back to the screwball or maybe even throw something else out there.
It might be how the wind's moving. He's just playing the wind. But Ryan puts that one in play. Wood picks it up and misses the backstop.
And this just goes to show how great the control these pitchers have, because it is windy down there, and these guys are still having great command, putting the ball exactly where they want it, despite that. And Ryan Wood, now that one I think we have to call an error, but a little bit uncharacteristic of Ryan Wood not hitting with that, but I think that's just the wind.
Unfortunately, there are no errors in wiffle ball here, but I think he would have made 2 errors then, because that first one was a hard hit right at him that Ben hit. Just putting that
the
one
one
in
Stant
play.
hit, I think it was hit too hard to just call that a routine play. But that one, I mean, he already made the play and he went to throw it. So
Got a man on first now. Chris Red Sarnowski coming up to bat.
But you're right, there are no errors, so those both in the scorebook go down as a single.
Taking a first pitch outside. That screwball that's just moving so much. Got a 1-0 count to Red here. Evanish missing down low right there. Just trying to hit the bottom of the zone. Red just using his eyes and using those peepas way too well for Evanish.
What do we got? 1 out, 1 on right now?
We got 1 out, 1 on, and now
And Everett Evans is just peppering that slider and just freezing the juggernauts. I mean, they're not even swinging at it most of the time.
Red taking that last one for a strike, and it's a 2-1 count now.
The juggernauts, they got to turn the stream on and listen to what I have to say. Start swinging the bat.
Evanish really just trying to pepper that outside zone on Red, not really letting anything go inside.
Yeah, Red's got quick hands. He gets to that pitch on the inside half, so maybe he's just trying to stay away from him a little bit. Oh, but
There
that
he
one caught a lot of
swings
play.
at, caught a lot of the plate high in his wheelhouse too.
I can tell just by looking at him that Red wants that one back. He, you know, it's like, that was the one that he could have handled.
Got a 2-2 count here. Evanish really trying to shut down the jugs, not trying to let any more go through. And he takes that for a looking strikeout.
And Red just cannot. It seems like a lot of these guys in the juggernauts just can't seem to pull the trigger on that slider. I mean, Evans is a lefty, so there's a different release point than they're used to, and that slider is nasty. That slider is, I want to see the ball he's thrown, so maybe he's thrown something a little unconventional as well.
Honestly, both of the pitches that we've seen, he hasn't thrown anything other than that slider and that screwball. He's got great command around it.
And until they prove they can hit it, all the way goes back to the screwball there.
Ben Stute swinging at something up in his chin, getting some chin music out there. But the suspects have now moved to 2 in the outfield, with Sylvie sitting on the infield. Not leaving Evanish by himself. They got 2 outs right now, too.
Yeah, extra base hit would tie the game, so I think they're in a no doubles defense formation here. But they still want to be able to turn that double play.
And Stant took that one down low. That was a ball that just missed that bottom pipe. That's great eyes from Stant.
Evans, I love it. Not backing down. He's going right after Stan. I love it. Just kidding. He's a little pitching around him.
Evanish losing a little bit of control right there, just barely hitting the backstop, saving any runners from moving around.
Ben Stant got a reputation for being such a good hitter. Make someone else beat you has been the mentality a lot of people have as he chases that one outside.
That slider is moving so much. That one easily moved a full 5 feet.
So I wonder if Ben Stant is also playing chess while everyone else plays checkers. I wonder if he chased that pitch just to try to make sure, like, oh, now it's 2 strikes. Maybe I should try to strike him out and throw something over the plate.
And he throws that slider again, but hits Ben, making that, I believe, a full count. Stant standing on the outside part of that batter's box, really trying to let him throw something inside to him. And Evanish misses the zone. That puts another man on base, making it first and second again for the second time this game already.
And here comes my favorite player playing right now, Tim McElrath. And here's a fun fact that a lot of people don't know. And I actually don't know 100% if I'm right, but I'm very almost sure that Tim McElrath and Ryan McElrath are actually fraternal twins. They are not actually genetic. They're not genetic identical twins.
As Tim takes that first one for a strike, dead down the middle, that screwball just basically hitting him in the back, in the batter's box, and then cutting hard.
Yeah, the McElrath twins, obviously dead ringers for each other. It's very hard to tell which one's which. I usually can't tell unless I see their jersey numbers.
And then he swings at that one high above the zone. We got an 0-2 count, 2 guys on base, and 2 outs.
This would be the biggest pitch of the game right here.
Evanish is just dealing right now, but you're right. This could be the biggest pitch of the game so far.
This is the type of pitch that could just decide the game, decide the whole tournament.
And pounds the zone. Evanish is dealing. Gets out of that with no damage. Still up 1.
Tim McElrath just frozen like a DiGiorno pizza.
He honestly looked like he wanted to chuck his bat into the right field grass.
Yeah, not gonna lie, frozen with the screwball down the middle. I am surprised Tim McElrath's bat is lived to tell the tale.
I mean, earlier this year, Ryan snapped a bat right over his knee. Not just a plastic bat. That was a wooden handle that he snapped over his knee. Absolutely angry at some of the games that happened in MAW. But now,
these guys are just built different.
But now they're here. They're in the finals of United Wiffle Ball 2023.
But they are down 1-0.
You can also see Stant slowly warming his arm up, thinking that he might have to come in if needed.
I think he's the guy that they go to if Ryan were to get into trouble.
He's that if guy, I think. Just like Connor Young was that if guy for the Phenoms.
And who do you think the if guy would be for the suspects? Do you go back to Ryan Wood or maybe Sylvie Serrano?
I think you go Sylvie, because Sylvie can still chuck. It's a little more like the speed of Connor Young, where it's not super fast, but he can pump one in when he really needs to. Otherwise, he's just a crafty pitcher. He understands how to move around someone that's sitting in the box, depending on where they are, how they're setting up. There's so many different possibilities. And or Lanigan comes in. That's the other option, but I don't think it will.
No, I don't think he's even an option. He's got his jacket on. I think he's on the shelf.
That's it. Lanigan's washed. He's just a manager. You heard it here first. United Wiffle 2023.
Listen, I mean, I guess, yes, it's true, but I think that's not a situation I want to be in. I think that Sylvie is the guy. If Joe Evanish doesn't throw a complete game, I think Sylvie's the guy to come in. He throws so many different pitches. He's just been in so many big situations, and he's a competitive guy. I bet he even wants the ball, too, even though, obviously he wants Joe Evanish to just throw shutouts so they win, but Sylvie, he's the type of guy that, he knows he's got the stuff.
Evanish taking that first pitch just a bit high out of the zone, having some great eyes on him. Got a 1-0 count.
Wow.
And that clips the inside part of the zone on Evanish. That was an amazing pitch and an amazing spot up from Ryan McElrath.
Visually, that ball didn't even change direction. It just whispered the zone, but we could hear it from here. But on video, it looked like it didn't even hit the zone. Nasty from McElrath, just painting the corners.
McElrath really getting pissed after that first inning, second inning home run.
Yeah, Ryan Wood in the second inning. Leadoff home run, too.
And he gets the first out with Evanish swinging above the zone at something that was missing.
But Ryan McElrath just absolutely shutting it down after that. And he's been in this situation before. Last year, Jordan Robles hit a leadoff home run in the finals off Ryan. And he stuck with his guys. He knew that they had his back. They would get that run back. Eventually, Stan did. And then Red hitting the walk-off home run to give them back-to-back titles. So Ryan, in the back of his head, he's probably thinking, we got this. This is exactly what I did last year, and guess what they did last year? They won it.
Well, Ryan really swapping up his arm slots now. He's trying to move around the zone, get different pitches moving, but hits Wood with that last pitch. Let's see what happens now. Ooh,
Wow.
Nice, fiery riser that comes out of his hand. Wood just swing at it, but the riser goes above the zone, just out of the swing path of Wood.
And, in the back of Ryan's head, McElrath, that is, he knows that Ryan would hit that home run off in dead center in the second inning.
And
as he gets
throws
the
it
chase.
inside for that second strike there.
So I think definitely being careful here with Wood. But also, I'm Sure he's upset about giving up the home runs, but maybe a little extra velo, using that anger to help him throw harder.
And pounds the zone for a third strike, just blowing it by Wood.
He reached back for that one. I think he was thinking about the home run when he let that one go. Wow. That might be one of the fastest pitches of the whole game on both sides.
I still wish we had a radar down on the field that we could have being told to us.
Do we even have that technology? That, behind the plate's pretty far away.
Behind the plate is.
Wow, riser. Freezes Scott Alford. Froze Scott Alford with a pitch that was all over the plate, but these guys are just so off balance. Like, Scott Alford is a dominant hitter, and he just looks lost against Ryan McElrath right now.
The only one that even looks close to hitting Ryan is Wood. He's put a ball in play that was a home run, and otherwise he's been really swinging at that riser, that two-seam, anything that's right in the middle of the plate. But we have an 0-2 count coming up to Alford here. And that goes off his hands.
It's just amazing. These pitches move so much. These guys are throwing so hard. It's borderline impossible to even make contact at this point, at this level. And these pitchers are just making excellent hitters look lost.
Alford finally putting a good swing on the ball. Pitch that was low in the middle of the zone.
And that's just why the margins are just so slim out here. You're pretty much never supposed to score, so when it happens, people go crazy. People go nuts.
Although the suspects, when Ryan Wood hit that home run, they did not go crazy. And throws that 12-6 again.
Buckler.
Absolutely freezing Alford at the plate.
Wow.
All I can say is wow, wow, wow.
Absolutely ridiculous.
That 12-6 is a killer pitch for Ryan right now. Man, we really can't count up here because we don't know what inning it is, but we believe it is the bottom of the third. We got to look at our own stream to even figure out what's going on sometimes.
I believe we are idiots.
I can confirm. But Ryan coming out of that inning, leaving it nice and clean, no crooked numbers on that.
We are definitely idiots. I can confirm that because it looks like on the screen it's the top of the fifth, and they've been running through this game. I think it actually might be the top of the fifth. I can't believe we are so bad at counting. I stopped doing my scorebook. We're falling apart here, Colin.
I mean, between the two of us, I feel like we're great at falling apart. It happened early yesterday.
We both did it.
We both did it. Neither of us know how to count. And we're
that's why we got to call the game, because we got eliminated.
That is very true.
But these two teams were both so done. I saw the Juggernauts kind of get together. It looked like hey, this is our last chance type of moment. And I'm going to be honest, I did not expect this to be a 1-0 game at this point. Just dominant pitching. Very impressed. I just can't say enough good things about the pitching. I mean, these are teams that put up a lot. I don't have it in front of me how many runs these two teams scored over the course of the whole tournament, but over the course of their last 3 games against excellent teams. Like every team that made it to the top 16 had a loaded roster, and there was a lot of those close games. The Juggernauts scored 17 runs their last 3 games, and the Suspects scored 12. And these guys are just getting shut down. Wow.
Evanish really pounding that inside zone on McElrath. Ryan McElrath, to be specific.
He can smell that championship ring, can't he?
Oh, and the ball gets beat. Does not hit the wall, so it is a very long single. They're starting to finally get on to Evanish. maybe they can push one around just to tie it up.
And the Jugs, like the way they reacted to that, never a doubt. I think they might win the game right now.
They weren't even questioning that he was going to hit it.
That's just, oh man, the Juggernauts are just, I don't know how they do it. They have nerves of steel.
Red swing at a pitch that he thought was going to go so far.
The rest of the guys have nerves of steel. Maybe Red's done.
Red's definitely done. Not our words. That is Ben Stute's words.
Yeah, Ben Stan told me that before the game. He told me I should say that.
Got a 1-1 count to Red now. Really just trying to watch one pitch. Looking for one pitch. Looking for a big hit. Any ball in play makes a big difference right now. And tips that one into the zone, making that a 1-2 count.
What do you think? Is Red done? Or do you think he might hit a 2-run shot right now?
He could hit a 2-run shot. He did it last year to walk off against the Phenoms. And he pieces it up but puts it foul. Cannot just keep it fair.
Ooh.
Very close. Just a late swing from Red.
Man, those last 3 outs, they're just the hardest ones to get.
Always the hardest ones to get. You and I both know that one.
Yeah, we failed to get those outs a couple times.
But Evanish coming up. Got a 1-2 count on Red.
Oh my God. All right. The Juggernauts, I don't know what it is. I don't know how they do it. But when it's just down to crunch time at the end of a close game, a switch just flips in these guys' brains and they get more locked in
Those
than
bats
anyone else.
really,
I don't know how. Oh my God.
Those bats really start moving at the end of the game for the Jugs. It's hard not to just be in awe.
Just all over. Suddenly they're all over Evanish, and it's just tough to explain. But they do it every time. It's not, it's not luck. They consistently are winning all these close games, and they're scoring their runs in the second to last inning, routinely. There's got to be something to it, obviously.
Every single one of them is starting to really put a good swing on them. Even Red, who looked lost for the first 4 innings, is now putting good swings and putting bat on ball.
Oh, just
but
misses there.
That one barely.
Evanish, great pitch there to get him to chase. That ball caught all out of the plate and just ran away from his bat, felt like as soon as he started swinging.
Now we got 1 on, 1 out with Ben Stute coming up to bat.
Who else would you want up in this situation?
Honestly, I couldn't think of another person because
If you pick anyone on the planet to be up in this situation, would you pick anyone besides Ben Stant?
only other person that I would think, Dallas Mall.
Dallas Mall, what a name. In fact, he might be rivaling Ryan Wood for highest career earnings in terms of prize money for wiffle ball.
That is very true.
It looks like the suspects are having a talk here. Do they make a move or do they stick? Or maybe they're talking about whether to walk him or not.
They're moving to that no doubles situation, but still having Sylvie in the infield.
It gives them a chance to turn that double play. You need 2 infielders to turn a double play. So I like this formation from the suspects. It seems like it's what they've been doing all tournament.
And
Wow.
Stamp putting a great swing, but fouling it off.
This might be the best championship game we've had. It's hard to say last year wasn't, but what a game we're having right now.
Such a good game. Both pitchers are dealing. Hitters are putting balls in play, whether it's in play or foul territory. Always a hard situation.
UF just does not miss. Except for when Kyle Von Slossingen got shelled by the Juggernaut. That barely clipping the backstop to save it from being a wild pitch that would have put a runner
In scoring
in scoring
position.
Yeah, right? It's just a man on first, right?
It is just a man on first.
And just Ryan McElrath just barely missing, tying the game with a home run, but it drops in front for a single. Still doesn't get to the wall, but oh man. Is it me or does it feel like the Juggernauts are winning already? What the heck? It's
And
just me.
Stant swinging out of his shoes, missing that one, making it a 1-2 count.
Before the game, Daniel Langan said to me that a lot of people don't give Ryan Wood enough credit and how he's one of the best players of all time, if not the best. How about Joe Evanish? Does anyone talk about how excellent a player Joe Evanish is? I mean, he is just unbelievable. He proves it every year at this tournament. I mean, he knocked out the Whippets last year on Saturday night. I mean, he pitched a no-hitter against TC 35. When they won the championship, he threw the first game on Sunday and the last game against your Black Dog Country Club. Again, condolences.
Condolences taken.
Wow. Did that hit the strike zone or his bat? Oh, my goodness. Or both. Oh, my goodness. Wow.
I'm sitting
Joe
here
Evanish.
stunned, but he hit the zone on that. That is
Joe
insane.
Evanish. Wow. Joe Evanish is him. Wow.
Evanish is one of the few people that's really sat Stant down this weekend. Really just not letting him get
Everyone
anything.
down. I mean, what do they have? 2 hits this game, or 3 hits, and 2 of them are just Ryan Wood not being a great fielder? Nah, I'm just kidding. Again, the first one, if I was a official score calling hit or error, the Stant one I would call a hit, and then the one that he threw away I would call an error. Oh my goodness,
Tim.
Wow. And then Ryan Wood also supplying the home run, so I think you'll take the error if you give him a home run.
I was going to say, I'd take an error for a home run anytime in that situation.
You did last night. Quick
I-
shout out to me.
I did, and I'm not worried about that, but we're talking about the finals here. Tim swinging at that first one just outside. That slide rise is such a dominant pitch for Evanish right now.
Oh my God! And Evanish buried that ball. It hit the ground maybe halfway to the backstop,
And Tim still
almost
check
getting-
swung.
Yeah, almost going around, but maybe that gives Evanish an idea of how antsy he is at the plate. But Tim McElrath again, my favorite player that's in this game at least, and let's see if he can come through here for the Jugs. Oh my goodness, that slide from Evanish is just ridiculous. I want to take a look at that ball at the end of this. What type of ball is he throwing? How does he scuff the ball?
I hope we can get a nice interview with him. That would be
Even a mean
lovely.
interview.
Oh, I'd love a mean interview.
That might be better for viewership.
Definitely better for viewership, but the Jugs now looking to be down to their last strike.
Wow. Wow.
And Tim hits it sky high. But Ryan Wood catches it and makes the play.
And we are officially stupid and don't know how to count? Or is that...
We really
There- yeah.
don't know how to count, apparently. I don't think anyone up here in the studio knows
We're
what's going on.
officially dummies. It has been made official.
Maybe-
I did think it maybe was a little too soon when I saw it was the 5th. We're going to try to find out what inning it is for sure this time.
No one knows what the score, no one knows what the inning is. We're all trying to figure it out. The studio doesn't know, or do we really know? I'm getting head shakes from the studio over here. We're not sure.
This is actually great. Like there's a dozen people that don't know how to count. It's not just us. There's at least a half a dozen people that don't know. I'm sure the people on the field, the players know what inning it is. Obviously, they're locked in. But I'm gonna go find out what inning this is.
Well, I'm sitting here to cover for Tom. So yeah, this is an amazing game so far. People putting balls in play, not really caring. The Jugs really stepping up that last inning, trying to get balls in play. It's all just being moved around. Evanish is throwing an amazing game. I want to know what kind of ball he's throwing personally, but it's hard to say that these two teams don't deserve to be here. They've played so well over the whole weekend. Ryan McElrath coming back out for another inning. And Sylvie Silverano stepping into the plate. Miguel Rev throwing that 12-6 high on the top pipe, just trying to get that first strike, which froze Sylvie. Not sure what was coming, didn't know if it was going to hit the zone or not. Too much time being let in.
I can now confirm that it is top 5. We do know how to count, just not very well.
No, we don't know how to count. We had to go to someone else.
We had to bring in a counting specialist to tell us what inning it was. Counting specialist Bryce Clark. Shout out Bryce Clark of the Stompers. All right, enough about us. Wow, I've never felt more stupid. So even when you think the juggernauts are out of it, they don't go away.
They really just don't stop, and it can't be any better.
Can't help but laugh at the fact that we
after that first home run from Ryan Wood, Ryan McGillrav has just been putting down batters. He is not letting anything else up.
He's making these guys look silly, except for that one swing from Ryan Wood. And like we said, in wiffle ball, how often does it just come out of that one play, that one pitch, one swing? Wow, did that miss?
Evanish taking that 12-6 for a ball.
That's a major league take right there.
I don't think that was a major league take. I think he was frozen and didn't know whether or not to swing.
He got buckled, and he got thankfully buckled. Wow, he rips it off Ben Stant.
That was a rip off Ben Stant.
Fires off the bat, lets out a roaring let's go. And
Evanish getting nice and fired up. Hopefully he comes out for another inning and raises that speed even more than he already has.
Yeah, Evanish, a couple guys I talked to when I was finding out what the inning was were saying he was really grabbing at his arm a couple of those last pitches last inning. So, I mean, I assume he'll gut it out. At this point, this is his frickin' game. But I think he's definitely in a lot of pain. Tim Dean actually told me that it looks like he's hurting out there. Something I didn't pick up on myself.
I mean, neither of us really picked up on it. We've been staring at him the whole time, too.
Just mesmerized by that slider, just like the Juggernauts.
But that Ryan gets that first strike on Wood.
And Wood with the home run. I mean, some Ryan on Ryan crime. The only scoring play of the whole game. Really not a lot of balls put in play. I mean, these pitchers are just dominating.
Got a 1-1 count now for Ryan Wood. And the pitch. Putting a little hezzy on it, but the ball goes straight up. And McGillrav can make the play. No tag call, no ball thrown to the backstop. We got 1 out, 1 on. Suspects up 1-0.
And the margins are just so slim in wiffle ball. I mean, the difference between that and the ball that he hit for a home run, almost nothing. Almost nothing.
The wind. Yeah. Honestly, how the wind is swirling.
Maybe a millimeter or two. You know, we play here on a smaller scale in baseball. Obviously, you know, this tiny little field on a giant regulation baseball field. And if baseball's a game of inches, wiffle ball's a game of millimeters.
But we got an 0-1 count, 1-0 count coming up. And then Alford puts one into the netting, making it a 2-0 game here.
Scott Alford putting the nail in the coffin. Home run gives them a 2-0 lead. A little bit of insurance here for the Suspects. But you know what, Colin? This kind of reminds me of the NWLA Tournament Championship, where Skibby, they were in the driver's seat. They got a couple insurance runs. And then Kalamazoo came all the way back in the bottom of the inning.
Got too comfortable at NWLA for Skibby. And KWL just makes that push. But now we got Sylvie coming up with a clean bases. Actually, that was a 2-run home run.
Oh.
That is 3-0 because Evanish got on from that hard hit at Stant.
It sounds like we are 0 for 3 on counting here tonight, Colin.
We are killing it.
Or is it 0 for 2? 0 for something? Oh, we can't count.
We're
0 for 0 for a lifetime.
We are just 0 for.
Wow.
But Sylvie,
It's been a long weekend, folks. All right, if we seem like idiots, it's because we've slept like 6 hours the last 2 nights
very easily.
combined, not each night. That would actually be a nice night's sleep.
Yeah, that would have been a nice night's sleep. But Sylvie fouling that one back, just missing putting it in play. And I believe it is a 0-2 count.
Scott Alford putting the nail in the coffin, and Ryan McElrath gets Sylvie Serrano to chase that one.
That was an 0-1 count. That is my bad. That made it 0-2. Him swinging at that low strike or low ball.
A little trigger happy from Sylvie, but
Just
after
trying.
that home run, thinking maybe you want to just get Evanish right back out there. What do you think?
I'm not sure. Maybe he's a little cold, but it doesn't matter. Sylvie's pissed, swinging at a ball that came in on him.
And the Juggernaut's showing no panic right now. They're going to have their final chance to put some runs up on the board. Do I seem like too much of a Juggernauts fan? It's because I am one.
Can't blame you. Honestly, one of the best teams in wiffle ball right now, making it to 3 consecutive finals.
And I just
and
love comparing
winning
them.
2 of them.
And I just love comparing them to the Chicago Bulls, obviously with the three-peat sort of thing. You know, this is their opportunity to three-peat. And then Ryan McElrath will have to quit wiffle ball and go
Play basketball.
pursue professional basketball. But this is it. I mean, the Juggernauts, the Suspects looking for their 2nd United Wiffle Championship, 3rd national championship, and the Juggernauts looking, like I said, for 3 straight. They walked it off last year. Let's see if they can do it again. And here we go. The Suspects, it looks like they're going to be going back to Evanish. Taking his time. Maybe they're thinking about what they should do here, but I think this is Evanish's game. Joe throwing in 2020 against the Black Dog Country Club. Again, condolences. Winning 5-3. Throwing a complete game there. And just nerves of steel. That was obviously a really close game, 5-3. I think the bases might have been loaded at the very end as well. A lot of rain, battling the elements, and battling the wind here today. Just 3 more outs, and he will have his 2nd United Wiffle Championship game win as a pitcher. Ryan Wood supplying the first run, throwing the first punch. A little Ryan on Ryan crime with the home run to center field in the 2nd inning. And and Scott Alford, I think that's the 2nd time I've done that. Scott Alford putting the nail in the coffin, providing 2 more runs with a 2-run shot just last inning. And the Suspects with a 3-0 lead with 3 outs to go, Colin. And what do you think? I mean, is this all but over, or do you think the Juggernauts are going to show some life here?
Honestly, I feel like the Jugs are going to show some life here. Whether it's a hit, maybe a run, maybe they can push 3 runs across and put it into extras. But Evanish is just dicing and dealing against the Jugs, so it's a little hard to say if they're going to be able to do anything or not.
You know, Colin, I've watched a lot of wiffle ball games, and this pitching performance by Joe Evanish is one of the most impressive that I have ever seen. Early in the game, when Ryan Wood hit that home run, I said, "Oh, there's no way 1's going to be enough. The Juggernauts are going to score, and he might shut them out here." Although that 2-run shot, putting the nail in the coffin, I think could be what gives it, that's extra layer of confidence, and maybe that extra layer of pressing for the Juggernauts. But the Juggernauts, I mean, they're getting together. They've been in this position, I don't know how many times, but it's a lot. And they've come back in like half of them.
I can agree. And real quick, let's recap how the usual suspects got their runs. Ryan Wood hitting a home run, a solo home run in the 2nd inning, and then Scott Alfred hitting a 2-run home run in the top of the 5th. And now Evanish just missing that first pitch for a ball, making it a 1-0 count to Ryan McElrath.
3 outs away. And when the Juggernauts won the championship in 2021, they became United Wiffle national champions, defeating the Meats. I believe it was 7-1 in the finals. Danny Lanigan, manager of the Usual Suspects, presented the trophy as last year's champion to
Ryan, putting it in play, and Wood missing
no.
yet again.
Oh, no.
He's made 2 crucial errors in the field on that, both missing the backstop and just can't make that play. Are they going to make a decision to move him out of the infield?
Yeah, the Wiffle gods are upset with Ryan Wood. And let's see if Joe Evanish can settle down and pick his teammate up, as these guys have done all tournament, just picking each other up and winning games. Group of old veterans that just seem to get it done. They've overcome errors in the past. And I don't think they're going to panic here, but the Juggernauts, they smell blood.
Got Red coming up. First pitch swing and fouls it off.
Wow, did that come back fair?
I thought Red touched that.
Wow, that was a weird play. Ball had a
Wow.
lot of spin on it.
We
Yeah,
might
it
have
looks
to go
like-
back to the replay for that one.
Yeah, it looks like we got a little bit of a standstill. The players are the umpires out here, but a very tense, close championship game. These guys, someone has to make a call. I'm not sure whose call it is in this situation, but these guys are going to discuss it and come to a ruling.
I.e., we need a better rule book.
I don't think it has anything to do with the rule book. I mean, there's just judgment calls that are close, and there's no one to rely on as a neutral party to make that call. You gotta, and it looks like they are. That is a fair ball. That will be a ground out. Great play and great wherewithal or awareness.
That was
Evanish
That was
to
amazing.
charge that. 'Cause that would have been a
awareness.
base hit had he not been running as soon as Red made contact. Great play by Evanish there to get the out,
But
but they still got a runner on.
runner actually moves to second because he
That's
didn't
right,
hit
that's
the
right.
zone.
He did not hit the strike zone, so now there's a runner in scoring position for Ben Stant. Anyway, back to what I was saying. So Lanigan, as the manager of the Usual Suspects, presented the trophy to, I believe, Chris Sarnowski is the manager of the Juggernauts.
Real quick,
And if they win here, Chris is going to have to give that trophy right back to Lanigan and the Suspects. How cool would that be? A little full circle action.
that'd be really interesting. Ben Stant also swinging at that first pitch. And swinging at the second one that hits the zone. And yes, the Usual Suspects did move Ryan Wood out to the outfield, moving Scott Alford into the infield and trying to fix any throwing errors that may or may not happen. We got
Yeah, you got to imagine Ryan Wood. He's pitched a lot of innings, so maybe arms a little bit sore. He's had time to cool off and tense up a little bit, so maybe just not being able to make that throw. Perhaps the wind has been the issue, but regardless, just a couple of throws that you would expect him to make. He just didn't make.
Now we got a 1-2 count to Ben Stute. Evanish really trying to move and trying to get this second out here. Great awareness on the first out. Ball just scooted around Red.
He's just not giving up. Oh my
And
goodness! Did
then
that hit the
he
zone?
hits inside pipe against Ben Stant.
Wow! Just painting, just hitting corners. That was amazing, and just constantly going to that slider against Stan. Just wow!
That
Just
was an
amazing.
absolutely filthy pitch.
Wow!
Couldn't have been placed any better against one of the greatest hitters in Wiffle right now.
And they are now 1 out away, and my man Tim McElrath trying to extend this game.
Got
Give
a
the
man-
Juggernauts a shot to tie it if he gets on base here. His brother Ryan McElrath, the starting pitcher, will have a chance to get all 3 of those runs back with one swing.
Tim taking that first one for a ball. Evanish really starting to sweat out there now, wanting to get this last out as soon as possible. We got a man on second, 2 outs. Tim McElrath up with a 1-0 count. And swings at that. Ball hits the top of the zone, and it becomes a 1-1 count. Evanish is still dealing between two pitches. He has not thrown anything else. He's been so dominant, such masterful control over those two pitches. Got a 1-1 count coming up for Tim now.
Wow.
Missing and making it a 1-2 count. Now the Jugs are 100% down to their last strike.
And Evanish 1 strike away from his second complete game win in the United Wiffle National Championship Finals. This will be a shutout of the back-to-back champion Juggernauts. An absolutely ridiculous thing that I would never have expected to happen.
And misses high outside, making it a 2-2 count.
Like I said, in their last 3 games, the Juggernauts have scored 17 runs, averaging more than 5 runs a game.
High intensity through this whole game. Both pitchers dealing and wheeling. Evanish throwing just a little better than Miguel Rav.
No. Ooh, I guess they saying he went? I thought he held, but
no.
us not having the best angle of that. And I guess they said he went around.
Wow, Tim Miguel Rav apparently went around on that last check swing.
And congratulations to the usual suspects on
Making
their
it-
3rd national championship, 2nd in the UWIF era. Taking it home.
Now we get to watch.
Look at Evanish. He's in some considerable pain. He immediately go into his arm and just, oh man.
He's all done. He's shot for the rest of the day. He does not need to throw and not need to worry no more because they are at last UWIF champions once again.
Absolutely electric stuff. I mean, he was throwing so hard. I'd like to say from the eye test he was throwing at least 95 miles per hour. Maybe it's a bit of an exaggeration, but oh man, in those first couple innings, he was throwing absolute certified cheddar.
This was such a good game to watch. Obviously, it was a big pitcher's duel out here. Couldn't have been a better finals. And the Jugs cannot confirm the three-peat.
Yeah, it looks like the Juggernauts not able to take after the Bulls in that regard, but the Juggernauts, they take the championship trophy from the usual suspects in 2021, and then they keep it for 2 years and hand it right back to the usual suspects. We've only had 2 champions here for United Wiffle. And here it looks like the trophy presentation's coming soon. And what do you think? Was it a little anticlimactic ending on that check swing? Like, did he go? Didn't he go?
Definitely a little, definitely anticlimactic. Not even a little anticlimactic. Definitely anticlimactic. It
Just
was
amazing. A shutout, though. A shutout in the finals from Joe Evanish. And, you know, maybe he's the guy people should be talking about as one of the greatest of all time.
I don't know, but Ryan Wood didn't come into this game, thought he was going to start.
Yeah, he was listed as the starter on the lineup card, so I'm not sure if it was even legal for them to start Evanish. No, I'm just kidding.
But either way, both Evanish and Ryan Wood, top players.
I also might have not had the real lineup card. I didn't get it directly from the suspects. I think someone else sent it to me, so maybe they just assumed.
And now we're going to go down to the field to watch the final presentation of the trophy being handed from Chris Sarnowski to Danny Lanigan.
And who must feel any better than Ryan Wood, you know, making a couple throwing errors, but his teammates picking him up, doesn't matter. They still get the shutout despite giving the Juggernauts a couple extra outs, which usually if you give them a couple extra outs, uh-oh. But just excellent stuff on both sides. These two teams just constantly proving it every year that they're at the top and staying at the top. They're the only 2 teams that have actually climbed the mountain.
I really wish. Oh, never mind. Chris Sarnowski is walking off the field. He will not be handing it to Danny Lanigan.
Maybe Stan's actually the manager. I don't know.
Nope, just walking into the dugout over there. But either way,
The usual suspects, your United Wiffle National Championship champions.
championship
The
champions.
Suspects winning their second United Wiffle National Championship, third national title overall. They won in the Golden Stick Tournament Circuit era as well. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I'm Tom Gannon, and I'm with Colin Prentice. You have any final thoughts?
Honestly, great game, great pitching duel. Both teams put ball in play. And it's hard to not say that this was an amazing weekend to be a part of.
Yeah, and there you have it. Hope that anyone watching that is a wiffle ball player that throws really fast tries to find their way onto a roster and come out here next year. I believe it's going to be Columbus Day weekend again, but don't quote me on that, obviously. And that wraps up the fast pitch wiffle ball season. I'll even give a quick shout out to Big League Wiffle out in Arizona. They're going to have the Western Wiffle Ball Championship out there in a couple weeks. That'll be like...
I was going to say, isn't that October 21st?
Yeah, and that's pretty much the last big tournament of the year. So we're really wrapping up the season. And, the usual suspects, they get the big one.
Well, thank you for watching. This was an amazing weekend. I hope anyone who was watching any of these games enjoyed. And
we'll see you next year.
peace out.